The Freemasonry, with the literal meaning of Freemasons, formed in the 18th century in the United Kingdom, was a religious brotherhood organization and was currently the world's largest secret organization. They claimed to promote fraternity, kindness, virtue, and the pursuit of human survival. Its members included many famous people and politicians in the world. Its origins weren't yet defined. According to the interpretation of its program literature, the history of the first part of the Masonic Charter, the Freemasonry originated in 4000 BC and they called themselves descendants of Cain with knowledge of the mysteries of nature and secrets of the universe. Since the founding of the Freemasonry, the voices of questioning and opposition never ceased. The most famous incident was the century-long war between the Catholic Church and the Freemasonry. The original conspiracy was questioned during the French Revolution. Freemasonry was suspected of supporting the campaign to overthrow the monarchy. By the middle of the 19th century, the Morgan incident triggered the anti-Freemasonry movement in the UA. At the same time, according to unreliable rumors, many secret associations around the world had deep roots in Freemasonry. For example, Willy Society. In addition, it was rumored that the biggest supporter of the Freemasonry Association was the Rothschilds family. According to unreliable rumors, only Lincoln and Kennedy weren't members of the Freemasonry Association. Standing beside the desk, Aisha reported to Jiang Chen about the information gathered by the ghost agents about the Freemasonry. So they're all dead. I think that information is more like a conspiracy theory from a novel than rumors. Sinking into his chair, Jiang Chen put his fingers on his chin. 3 days ago, he was escorted by the Celestial frigate and returned to Koro Island. These days, he stayed in the mansion and sent ghost agents to Europe and North America to gather intelligence about the Freemasonry. Some are smoke bombs, some are actual truths, Aisha said cautiously. Yes, the key lies in how we categorize the intelligence. Jiang Chen sighed and sat up in a chair. He couldn't stop from cursing out, I thought I was going to the South Pole for a break, but I didn't expect a lot of trouble. After gently walking behind Jiang Chen, Aisha put her arms around his neck and whispered softly, I'll handle all this trouble for you. Aisha's gentleness soothed Jiang Chen's mind, and he couldn't stop smiling. Well, I've been bothering you all this time, Jiang Chen whispered while holding her hands. The atmosphere was becoming more intimate, but at that point, the phone on the desk began to ring inconveniently. Jiang Chen was planning to hang up but he saw the name on the screen which said Carmen Rothschild. Hey. How was your trip to the South Pole? Could I interpret this as you playing dumb? Although Jiang Chen was smiling, his voice gradually turned colder. If I was playing dumb, I wouldn't have called you. Carmen sighed. I admit I used you before, but I always thought we were friends. What do you think? Jiang Chen laughed and didn't reply to his question. He asked indifferently, in order to avoid more misunderstandings, I think we shouldn't play games here. State your purpose or the purpose of the Freemasonry. The Golden Apple. Seeing as Jiang Chen wanted to be direct, Carmen smiled and gradually changed into a serious tone. And the things you've taken away in Antarctica. I don't understand what you're talking about. Please don't play dumb, Mr. Jiang Chen. Carmen smiled. We've investigated you. You traveled to New Zealand 2 years ago. When you traveled there, you discovered in the trenches to the west of Coromandel a submerged U-235 submarine laying there. We found the submarine a few months ago, but the things inside were gone. If you plan to be direct with me, please show your sincerity. Carmen's words forced Jiang Chen into silence. It seemed that the Rothschilds family had been investigating him and even knew such details. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen slowly said, The golden apple is right here with me, but why should I give it to you? Why? You don't even know what you're holding on to. When Carmen said this, Jiang Chen sneered in his mind. Who's the one who doesn't know? The knockoff version of the Klein particle sender, and I even have an interdimensional video call device. You have the audacity to say this? Let's make a deal. After hearing Jiang Chen's proposal, Carmen felt relieved. Although the Freemasonry had never been afraid of anyone, it wouldn't be a good decision to enter into direct conflict with Future Group. The Golden Apple lost its purpose after 1943. This is what the Rothschilds confirmed. In that case, Jiang Chen shouldn't have deciphered the secret hidden inside yet. With a smile forming on his face, Carmen made a decision and said softly, "No problem." "How much do you want?" "Money? Are you kidding?" Jiang Chen chuckled. After a pause, he said emotionlessly, "I can give you the Golden Apple, but I have two conditions." The Golden Apple was always in Lin Lin's laboratory, and now it was almost a display. As a device that received signals in one direction, the Golden Apple could only passively listen to sounds from the void. However, the Spectre clearly told him in the end that they would no longer be able to interfere with the timeline in the future. Since Carmen knew the Golden Apple was in his hands, there was no need for confidentiality anymore. It was better to use it to exchange for greater interests and avoid making himself the top target in Rothschild's mind. It would also buy time for Future Group. "Say it," Carmen said. "First, Xian will become a nuclear-armed country. Give me something else, there's no point discussing this. Even if I want to help you, I can't." Carmen shook his head. "Oh, is that so? As far as I know, 60% of Freemasonry membership is in North America. Are you sure you can't do anything with the Freemasonry's influence? The IAEA is based in Vienna. I don't believe the Rothschilds' family's influence in Europe can't reach this area. The Rothschilds' bank is on the list of shareholders for half of France's nuclear power plants. Can you really tell me you can't do it?" Jiang Chen said dubiously. Carmen narrowed his eyes slightly and moved his fingers as he held the phone. "It seems you've done your research. It's not just you who has an intelligence organization," Jiang Chen responded. Silence ensued for a long time. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, Carmen offered, "I can promise you that the IAEA will recognize Xian's possession of nuclear technology. The UA Congress won't pass the sanctions bill of Xian on the nuclear issue, but there's a premise that the nuclear technology you use is limited to the civil sector and nuclear tests must also be within certain limits." Hearing Carmen's compromise, a smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. And at the same time, Jiang Chen gradually grew vigilant. If the Freemasonry really can achieve this, then its influence shouldn't be underestimated. "No problem. Well, what's the last condition?" "I hope it's not excessive," Carmen said as he adjusted his position, still holding on to the phone. "The last condition is that the Golden Apple is here with me. You have to come and get it yourself." At 9 o'clock yesterday morning, the Xian National Energy Administration held a press conference to announce that Xian will build the first nuclear power plant on Koro Island to ease the increasingly tense power pressures on the island. At present, the project has been approved by IAEA. Celestial Trade will be responsible for the construction of the plant. At noon today, Country F expressed its strong condemnation against Xian's nuclear power plant, calling it a conspiracy of celestial trade in the development of nuclear weapons, which will further worsen the situation in Southeast Asia. In response to this, the Celestial Trade spokesperson responded that Xian's development of civil nuclear technology is legitimate and legal. In addition, the nuclear power plant will use a light water reactor rather than a heavy water reactor that can permanently produce uranium-239. It is expected that the nuclear power plant will be completed before the end of this year. According to the details of the project disclosed by Celestial, Koro Island Nuclear Power Plant will be responsible for 59% of Xian's electricity demands after completion and replace the thermal power station on the island. On the development of civil nuclear technology for Xian, the capital spokesman stated that the UA was surprised at the rash decision taken by the International Atomic Energy Agency, but just this morning, a Senate member who asked not to be named stated that they had already debated over the small country in the Western Pacific for 10 hours. The debate wasn't only between the two parties, but there were also different voices within the Democratic Party. This situation is rare. The Hua side supports Xian's development of civil nuclear technology. Enjoying the convenience of nuclear energy within the framework of peace is the power of people around the world. Russia is not concerned about the situation in the Pacific, because civil nuclear fuel was difficult to convert into weapon-grade fuel. Even if it had to be converted, it would be at a great cost. It would not be worth the effort in all respects. Therefore, only the core technologies and materials such as military nuclear fuel and centrifuges were controlled internationally, and the famous Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty merely limited military nuclear technology. Although this was the case, legally building a nuclear power plant still required approval from the IAEA. Whether or not a nuclear power plant could be legally owned would test the strength of a country's diplomacy and its scientific and technological strength. After the latter absorbed hundreds of thousands of immigrants, Xian already possessed this capability. However, the former was quite lacking in the country that had just completed a change in regime. If Jiang Chen could use a useless golden apple to exchange this diplomatic achievement from the hands of Freemasonry, he wouldn't lose out in the trade at all. Just 3 days after Celestial Trade announced the beginning of construction of the nuclear power plant, a private plane from Germany landed at the Coral Island airport. At the invitation of Jiang Chen, Carmen Rothschilds personally made a trip. When they met, both sides remained silent about the unhappiness that occurred in the South Pole. The mercenaries killed 5 sea lions, and Jiang Chen slaughtered the mercenaries sent by the Freemasonry, although the Freemasonry didn't understand how Jiang Chen did it. Logically speaking, Celestial Trade shouldn't have deployed its troops in Antarctica beforehand. At the airport of Coral Island, Jiang Chen stood at the airport runway next to Aisha in a suit, and behind them were several bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Aisha's case contained the treasure the Rothschilds family and the entire Freemasonry longed for. The golden apple that could communicate with the future. Although it no longer could. Behind Carmen was still the same bodyguard. Jiang Chen remembered his name was Johnson. In addition to this bodyguard, Jiang Chen also saw the old butler of Balve Manor, Sides. "We meet again, my old friend." Carmen smiled. "Yeah, old friend." Jiang Chen smiled on his face, but he emphasized the word friend. Aisha, who saw Jiang Chen's approval, handed over the suitcase. When Johnson saw it, he wanted to grab it for his boss, but he was stopped by Carmen. Carmen accepted the suitcase, opened the box, and a smile emerged when he saw the golden apple inside. Side stepped forward and picked up the golden apple with white gloves. He removed the ring-sized magnifying glass from his pocket and studied it for a while before returning it to the suitcase. He whispered a few words beside Jiang Chen before he stepped behind Carmen again. "Is the appraisal work done?" Jiang Chen, who had been observing next to him, grinned. "Yes, Mr. Jiang Chen is sincere. It seems that our deal is done." Speaking with a smile, Carmen extended his right hand. "Since you already know it, I won't hide it. I am a level 33 member of the Freemasonry. If you are willing to join us, you would also be a level 33. For level 32 Scottish affiliates, based on their contributions to the Freemasonry or the community, they could be upgraded to 33 as the highest council level. This symbolized the highest glory of the Freemasonry and was generally granted only to the people in the world with extensive influence. For example, a banker holding trillions of capital, or a certain country's president. "I'll pass. I'm an atheist," Jiang Chen responded indifferently and shook his hand. "That's really regrettable." Carmen shrugged. Refusing as an atheist was just an excuse. Freemasonry had long been categorized as a religious organization, but it wasn't limited by race or skin color. Since Jiang Chen didn't want to join, Carmen didn't insist again. After accepting the golden apple from Jiang Chen, Carmen didn't make any further stops. After bidding farewell, he took off again. Watching Rothschild's departure, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Aisha. Yes. Order the ghost agents in Europe to find someone for me. Who? Evelyn, vice president of Frankfurt. With a short pause, Jiang Chen then added, or the former vice president. Jiang Chen saved his life when he participated in the auto show. Although he didn't know whether he is still alive now, perhaps he could become the breaking point to defeat the Rothschild family. Roger, Aisha whispered. Although the deal was completed successfully, a grudge must have been established. At this stage, exploration of the Antarctic fortress and research on the Golden Apple would surely hamper Freemasonry's energy. And once they freed their hands or found out they expended so much political resources only for a useless rotten apple, they would certainly do some unpleasant things to future group. Jiang Chen didn't know how long this time frame might be, but he had to make sufficient preparations before this to deal with the Freemasonry that had enough power to control the political situation in the UA, and the richest family in the world. After his meeting with Rothschild, Jiang Chen also returned home and headed to the mansion in the apocalypse. With his dealings with the Golden Apple coming to an end, he now had more important things to address. For example, the antimatter. It was a wonderful phenomenon. A blue light ball floated inside a transparent vacuum tube about the thickness of a wrist. At closer examination, it was possible to see electron beams between the two ends of the photosphere and the two ends of the vacuum tube. The vacuum tube was placed on Lin Lin's experiment bench. It was Jiang Chen's first time seeing antimatter. To be honest, when he saw the real thing, it was still different from what he expected. He originally thought that antimatter should be dark, so he didn't expect it to be somewhat dazzling. This is antimatter. Jiang Chen pointed to the vacuum tube while looking at Lin Lin next to him. Lin Lin stared at him with a gaze that said "idiot" in her eyes. She coughed before she began to display her wealth of knowledge. Plasma with a dense core formed in an absolute vacuum metal tube, using an electron beam injected through small regular angular momentum. Plasma. Blasted by many technical terms, Jiang Chen felt his head was getting jammed with terms he couldn't comprehend. Lin Lin, however, seemed to enjoy his confusion. It was even more obvious when a sly smile formed on her face. Yes, you can think of this glowing light sphere as a shell wrapped around the antimatter. In the center of this vacuum sphere is an extremely dark particle that oscillates randomly. That's what's commonly called antimatter. We usually call this method magnetic confinement. Lin Lin also added a sentence with a smirk. Although it's just 1 gram, it can instantly wipe this region off the map. Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped, but he didn't look as afraid as Lin Lin imagined. Are there no safety issues by just placing it here? There's no need to worry about safety. The plasma sphere is stable or can even be described to be perfect. It's confusing. How did the guys in the void do it? It's impossible to achieve this with 22nd century technology. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin, somewhat surprised. Lin Lin shook her head. Disregarding the formation of such a peculiar plasma sphere, creating an absolute vacuum in this vacuum tube isn't an easy task for the 22nd century. You must know that even the universe isn't an absolute vacuum. Aside from matter we can see, there's dark matter we can't see. It's definitely not an easy task to get rid of these things to create an absolute vacuum. After a pause, Lin Lin murmured as she fixated on this vacuum tube. Although atoms are electrically neutral, they have a weak magnetic distance. It's also the same for antimatter, the opposite of matter. By using a special magnetic field, antimatter can be confined to a certain space. Surprising design. Although human observations of antimatter can be traced back to the 20th century, no one could store antimatter in plasma until 2 centuries after. What about using antimatter as a weapon? Jiang Chen immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. The power is amazing, but I advise you not to use the weapon belonging to the interstellar era on Earth. Lin Lin glanced at him. In theory, there are no defenses against antimatter, any positive matter that comes into contact with antimatter will be rapidly annihilated. 100% of the mass will be converted into energy and released as high-energy gamma rays. By the way, hydrogen bombs have only 0.7% of its mass conversion. To destroy the Earth, only about 1 kilogram of antimatter needs to fall to the ground. This is why antimatter is listed as a prohibited research project. After Lin Lin's explanation, Jiang Chen knew why the remnants of the void compared this to the last hope. It possessed terrifying lethality. If they could possess antimatter weapons, then human civilization might gain a fighting chance against Harmony 20.5 light-years away. Lin Lin reminded him in a quiet voice when she saw how moved Jiang Chen was. But you shouldn't get too excited. The remnants of the void only give us a sample. The manufacturing process or the related technology, our foundation is zero. Start from zero. No problem, I believe in your abilities. Jiang Chen laughed and patted Lin Lin's shoulder. Antimatter research will be handed to you. Don't give me everything. I'm still researching the subject you gave me about interdimensional travel. Even if it's me, I have zero background in antimatter. I suggest you find some scientists with research background in physics. Moreover, it's very dangerous to research this on the surface. It's better to research and extract antimatter in outer space, Lin Lin protested. Lin Lin didn't have any more understanding of antimatter, but she still helped Jiang Chen design a research path. Divide the topic into 3 parts. The first part was to study how to make an absolute vacuum container for the storage of plasma wrapped with antimatter. The second part was to study how to make such plasma capable of magnetic confinement of antimatter used for wrapping antimatter. The third part was to study how to use high-energy particle colliders to produce antimatters more efficiently and collect them with magnetic fields before decaying. In fact, producing antimatter would be the simplest step. After all, in 2014, the European Organization for Nuclear Research succeeded in creating an anti-hydrogen atom beam. It was an antimatter beam up to 2.7 meters made of 80 anti-hydrogen atoms, but no one managed to preserve and produce it on a large scale. These high-energy ion accelerators could typically only produce a few nanograms of anti-hydrogen atoms per year, and 1 nanogram was 1/1000th of a gram. After leaving Lin Lin's lab, Jiang Chen went to the community center and sent the documents for the establishment of a new research project team to Wang Qin. Acquire the missing talents from the fallout shelters, mark the physics research labs near Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the expeditionary army will be responsible for recycling the technology. Antimatter? Wang Qin was completely bewildered by the documents in her hands, but since the general made this request, she nodded. Okay, I'll make the order right away. Right, some time ago, there were some news from Hongqing. Hongqing? What news? Compared to before, the activities of the merchants in the Northern Alliance area and Qingshan town increased substantially. At the same time, Wu Wei, president of the Steel Gear Chamber of Commerce, also reported that merchants from the Northern Alliance area were active in the area. They were buying steel, rare earth, and electronic components while lacking interest in other goods. Purchasing steel. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and looked at Wang Qin. Increase the conversion ratio of credits with crystals. Allow the crystal farms controlled by us to increase the output of crystals. With the depreciation of crystals, the Northern Alliance area merchants who purchase steel would see an increase in cost. Although this would affect the NAC's local economy to a certain extent, it could effectively curb the outflow of strategic resources caused by the market economy. In addition, increase orders for military factories on 6th Street. Be sure to double the production output before the end of this year. Jiang Chen then said after a long pause. Finally, be prepared for a war. The Garden of Eden was located beside Dianshan Lake. The towering dome covered a few square kilometers of land. The graphene hexagonal panels reflected a faint glow and drew energy from the thin sunlight. Outside the dome, it was barren land. And within the dome, birds sang and flowers whispered. It's like a garden. Butterflies flapped their wings and flew among the flowers. Jiang Chen was stunned by the beauty of the garden. The flowers and plants in the Garden of Eden were recovered from the gene pool and were restored by artificial incubation techniques. According to Lin Lin, if he wanted to, he could even raise a few dinosaurs in the back garden. Hey, what did I say? Wearing a dress, Sun Jiao walked beside Jiang Chen and held his hand with a joyous smile. Although virtual reality can simulate the environment, it still feels more fulfilling in reality. Tall buildings were scattered in the circular space with green trees and lawns in between. The tall building in the center was a giant tower that represented the world tree, supporting this world outside of the apocalypse. The circular road connected the top of a building, just like a piece of art in a fairy tale. Sun Jiao's face was full of smiles and she explained everything about this Garden of Eden. The above-ground part only accounts for 20% of the living space in the Garden of Eden, the more spacious area is underground. 12 numerical controlled planting towers will complete the cultivation of crops, and the quarterly output is expected to reach more than 50 tons. Hey, are you listening to me? Her cheeks began to blush as Jiang Chen's eyes were fixated on her. Examining her beauty, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and finally expressed what had been bothering him. I feel you look strange in a dress. Sun Jiao suddenly raised an eyebrow when she heard his words, then she pinched his waist fiercely. Humph. Do you want to die? Jiang Chen screamed with exaggeration and escaped Sun Jiao's attack. At the same time, Xiao stepped forward and chuckled at the two teasing each other. You can't bully sister. In order to overcome the uneasiness of the fluttering clothes, it took her a lot of time for her to make up her mind to put it on. What are you talking about? Sun Jiao covered her sister's mouth from behind with a terrified smile on her face. Xiao, with her mouth covered by Sun Jiao, sobbed with a miserable expression and looked, pleadingly, at Jiang Chen. It must be said that although they looked like they were carved out of the same mold, Xiao looked much more natural in a skirt compared to her sister. Compared to skirts, short shorts and tank tops seemed to better suit her style. But since becoming the general's wife, she rarely dressed that way. At the entrance, Yao Yao and Lin Lin passed the sterilization room and came inside. The former was full of curiosity about everything there and was eagerly looking at the flowers and plants in the Garden of Eden. As a designer, Lin Lin proudly raised her small nose and explained everything about the Garden of Eden to Yao Yao. Only the innocent Yao Yao could satisfy her vanity. Following the main road to the central tower, the group boarded a sightseeing elevator. As the elevator slowly ascended, Jiang Chen watched the scenery outside of the graphene compartment with a pleasant smile. From now on, this place would become the most desirable place in the wasteland. The seeds of civilization would germinate from here, transporting food along countless trade routes, and spreading the fire of civilization to farther places. And he was the owner of this city. From the offices of the central tower to the numerically controlled planting towers in the corners to the underground living space, in this harmonious atmosphere, the family walked through the blooming Garden of Eden. After 3 days in the apocalypse, Jiang Chen returned to the modern world in mid-May. Before he left, he gathered Qing Weiguo, Zhao Gang, and Wang Xiaowu and detailed the NAC military expansion plan. The threats from Northern Alliance area were increasingly approaching, and only strong armed forces could better guard the prosperity of NAC territory. If war broke out, Hongqing would become the front line between Northern Alliance area and NAC's crossfire. Before Jiang Chen left the apocalypse, Zhao Gang took the Third Corps to build a defense line in Hongqing. Deployments included electromagnetic pulse cannons, laser anti-missile systems, and units. They also established reconnaissance outposts along the journey to closely monitor the movements of Northern Alliance area. After returning to the modern world, Aisha brought good news. Ghost agents found Mr. Evelyn, the former Frankfurt deputy prime minister who was being hunted in a small village east of Hungary. Since New Choice Party took office, his days became much more difficult. The federal government filed a total of 11 charges against him. They also suspected that he planned the murder attempt against the presidents of Frankfurt and Austria and demanded him to return to the country immediately. Evelyn obviously would not return to Frankfurt to respond to the lawsuit. If he went back, he would die in an accident before he could appear in front of a judge. With the influence of the Rothschilds family in Europe, no country would provide him with political asylum. Russia might have interest, but he was on the Hungarian border and there was no way to go to the Russian border. At first, when he was found by a ghost agent, he thought it was his enemy. It wasn't until the agent sent to Europe revealed her identity that he calmed down and made his own request. He hopes we'll take him to the Russian border. Russia has agreed to provide him with political asylum, Aisha reported to Jiang Chen. Russia? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and began to contemplate. Now he had two choices. One was to send him to Russia and Russia would provide him with assistance. The other was to take him directly back to Xian with Future Group providing support. Both of these options could cause trouble for Rothschild's plan in Germany, but the latter could obviously make Future Group directly enter a conflict with the Freemasonry prematurely. Although in Jiang Chen's view, when gun was fired in the Antarctic, the facade between the two sides had already been torn apart. Send him to Russia, right? Where did Natasha go? She will return from Russia probably the day after tomorrow. Is there any problem? Nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled back. Take Evelyn back to Coral Island. I'll give you the droplet, and you'll have to make a trip yourself. The existence of droplet was a secret for the time being. At present, only a few people knew. Only Jiang Chen and Aisha had permission to access the submarine. The vast majority of sonars were currently unable to detect its presence, and its high cruising speed also allowed it to arrive in Europe in a short period of time to bring back the Deputy Prime Minister. Aisha gently said, "No problem." As she prepared to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped her. "There's something else." Aisha turned around. "Remember to knock him out before Mr. Deputy Prime Minister sees droplet." Although the underwater cruising speed of droplet was very fast, it would still take about 1 week for the round trip. Ghost agents in Europe moved Evelyn from Hungary to neighboring Serbia and were on their way to Albania. The ghost agents would temporarily place him in Albania, waiting for droplet to arrive before transferring him onto it. Once he boarded droplet, it meant he would be free. When he arrived in Xian, he would act as a bargaining chip between Jiang Chen and Russia. The next day, Aisha made breakfast for Jiang Chen, then went to Coconut Island's dock. As a private holiday harbor for Jiang Chen, it had been used as the storage place for droplet. After waking up and not seeing Aisha, Jiang Chen knew she already left. This also meant that in the next week, he had to be inside this empty mansion, all alone. The thought of it made him feel lonely. After breakfast, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and rested for a moment. He got up and turned off the TV and went to the kitchen with a plate. After putting the chopsticks and plates into the dishwasher, he took a shower in the bathroom, put on formal attire, and went straight to the garage. Since there was nothing to do, he went to the office. Driving the converted Lamborghini, Jiang Chen deliberately took a detour on the way to Future Building, heading on the expressway beside the beach. On the glittering golden beach, familiar faces could be seen everywhere. Under the transformation of Future Group, Coral Island became Eastern Hawaii and the preferred tourist resort for Asian countries. Of course, he deliberately took a detour not to look at women in bikinis, but rather, to look at the underwater expressway of the Victoria Construction Company. In the middle of last month, after signing the contract, Victoria sent a construction team over. At the moment, several engineering vessels were parked at the southeastern end of Coral Island. They sunk the graphene pipes into the water and operated the machinery by underwater operators to complete the laying of the pipeline. Watching the bustling sea region, he was filled with a pleasant joy. By this time next year at the latest, the road connecting the 9 islands would be open to traffic. By then, the people of Xian would no longer have to travel by ship, and they would be able to travel across the island in just one vehicle. The previously depressed private car market could also recover with the completion of the sub-sea expressway. By then, it would be almost time to promote maglev vehicles. At the office, he parked into the garage. When Jiang Chen walked through the doors of Future Building, the passing employees all looked at him like he was a rare guest. They weren't to be blamed for their reactions. After all, as the group's president, Jiang Chen's attendance had always been very spontaneous. Sometimes he was there every day 1 month, and sometimes, he would disappear for months. The managers were already accustomed to this, but for employees, the whereabouts of the president could be described as mysterious. With the expansion of the company, there were new faces at the building every day. Although it was only for a short period of 1 month, Jiang Chen felt like it was a brand new place when he stepped inside. Coincidentally, when Jiang Chen entered the hall, there was just an elevator on the first floor. Seeing the arrival of the president, an employee quickly hit the door open button and waited until Jiang Chen entered. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He pressed the button for the top floor of the building and closed the elevator door. The elevator began to move upwards, and through the transparent walls, he was able to see the sandy beach of Coral Island. Perhaps because of the gap in position, Jiang Chen felt that the atmosphere in the elevator was a bit weird because there were no sounds at all. Several employees standing near him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There were also several intern-looking employees who were peeking at him from time to time. "Is there something dirty on my face?" Jiang Chen smiled and quipped at the female intern who had red permed hair. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to talk to her. The girl with the curls suddenly blushed and told the truth while stuttering. No, I'm just thinking the president is so young." The employee next to her immediately felt second-hand embarrassment for the new intern. She had just been there for a few days, yet she said the wrong thing in front of the boss. How could she still continue to work there? Saying that the president looked young, in an alternative perspective, wasn't that questioning the president's abilities? She should have used the word mature. However, contrary to their experience in the workplace, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest discontent at all. On the contrary, he laughed. "You don't have to think that, I'm very young to start with, so I have to count on you guys for the group's work." She wasn't blamed but was encouraged instead. The new employee's face was flushed with excitement, taking the opportunity to agree. "Yes." Jiang Chen smiled, indicating that she didn't have to be so nervous. Soon, the elevator door opened, and the employees walked out one after another. When the woman with the curled hair left the elevator, she blushed and bowed at Jiang Chen then quickly left. Although it was only a small episode, news of the president being easy to get along with quickly spread throughout the company. Jiang Chen was also pleased with the result. If possible, he didn't want to be a distant leader to the point where all who saw him felt they had to bow their heads. In contrast, he was more willing to be a leader loved by all employees, so that every person who saw him would say hello instead. Before entering his office, Jiang Chen went to Xia Shiyu's office. When Xia Shiyu went into the office with a smile, she gave him a few extra glances. "What's the good news?" "Nothing, I'm just in a good mood today." "Do you have anything to report to me?" "So you don't have to make a trip in a bit." Jiang Chen took a chair from the side and sat across from Xia Shiyu. After seeing this scene, the female assistant who was holding some documents came in. After she laid down the documents, she consciously left the room. However, Xia Shiyu didn't overthink it. She picked up the documents and glanced over them before pushing the pile aside. "You came just in time." Future Heavy Industries once again signed a blockbuster deal. Then Xia Shiyu placed a document in front of Jiang Chen. "Blockbuster deal?" Jiang Chen picked up the document with great interest and looked at the title. Two keywords immediately caught his attention: drone and express. This letter of intent for partnership came from SF Express. The partnership hoped to introduce drone express technology to Hua and use the city of Xiangjiang as a pilot to complete the deployment of the drone logistics network. Jiang Chen was extremely confused after reading the content of the partnership. Drone plus courier, this concept was proposed long ago, and it wasn't a concept from Future Group. As early as June 2013, Matternet Corporation tested drone networks in Haiti and Dominican Republic. The drones used were capable of carrying 2 kilograms of weight and flew 9.7 kilometers. After completing the initial planning of the drone network, the company was planning to establish a large international drone transport network and a global supply system for drone accessories. At the same time, it also planned to establish a charging base station so that drones could land along the way for charging. In September of the same year, the courier drone independently developed by SF Express completed internal tests and conducted trial operations in local areas. This drone adopted 8 rotors and had a flying height of about 100 meters. With a built-in GPS navigation system, the destination and route could be set in advance by staff. The drone would automatically reach the destination and errors could be controlled within 2 meters. However, both Matternet and SF hadn't been able to extend the drone logistics for widespread adoption. The former drone seemed to be suitable only for poor countries in the Third World, while the latter's drones were only suitable for use in poor mountainous areas in the country. Although drone logistics could significantly increase distribution efficiency as well as reduce labor costs, they were constrained by severe weather and the inability to avoid vandalism and other shortcomings during flight, rendering the concept of drone plus courier only feasible on paper. Penglai was probably the only modern city in the world that achieved adoption of drone logistics. However, the reason why was partially because of the technical advancement in drones. However, the more crucial factor was the safety and security of Penglai. For example, some news from some time ago, a man in Guangzhou sent mooncakes to his girlfriend with a drone and the drone was shot down by an old woman. When the guy discovered that his drone was hijacked, he rushed to the woman for compensation, but the woman not only denied having the drone shot down, but she also said she was almost injured by the drone, not to mention that the legislation of drones had always been a gray area, and there seemed to be no space for drone logistics to become bigger and stronger from the general public. SF Express wanted to introduce beta series drones from Future Heavy Industries and complete the establishment of the drone logistics network in Hua. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't view their decision favorably. However, their offer made it difficult for Jiang Chen to refuse. For the completion of the drone logistics network in Xiangjiang, the quote from SF Express was $450 million. According to Jiang Chen's calculations, 500 drone terminals should be able to cover all areas of Xiangjiang, and to meet the demand for distribution, about 50,000 drones would suffice. According to the cost of production of the Beta 3 drone, a drone cost $3,000. Compared to Matternet's $5,000 drone, they offered an advantage in both technology and price. A detailed calculation suggested that the establishment of the drone logistic network for SF Express wouldn't exceed $200 million. Compared to its offer of $450 million, it was a 125% profit. Moreover, if the pilot city of Xiangjiang proved the feasibility of drone logistics networks to the mainland, the next step of SF Express undoubtedly would be to expand the drone logistics network to Shenzhen, followed by Guangzhou, and then consider the number of cities in the entire country. How many courier companies would they need? Such a huge market was simply an inexhaustible gold mine. Your face tells me you're very interested. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Xia Xiyu grinned and smiled. Yes, this market is worth more than $100 billion. I don't think any company wouldn't be interested. Jiang Chen looked at the documents and nodded. To be honest, although he didn't understand the details of the partnership, he was certain about the prospects of the entire market. With the number of cities and courier companies, even if the average city could only earn $500 million, the scale of the market would be unimaginable. I'm also very optimistic about this agreement. Regardless of whether SF Express will succeed during pilot operations in Xinjiang, there are no risks for us. However, I don't agree with their proposal for the time being. Why? Jiang Chen was intrigued by her decision. He knew she must have some reason for this. Although SF Express's offer is very attractive, we have the core technology, and we have the cash flow. Why don't we do it ourselves? Why don't we do it ourselves? Future Group controlled VirStore, a huge virtual reality shopping platform that integrated the e-commerce giants. Daily trading volume on the VirStore already reached an astronomical figure. With such a huge resource advantage, Future Group could fully develop the offline delivery service on this basis. Users could shop on the VirStore, and Future Group would deliver. The use of drone delivery technology would greatly reduce the labor costs of Future Group. SF Express had to pay salaries for 400,000 employees, but for Future Group, this figure could be reduced to less than 50,000. In terms of operating costs, Future Group had an absolute advantage. When he heard Xia Xiyu say this, Jiang Chen thought about it for a moment. Do the logistics by ourselves? Does our company have management experience in this area? We don't need to start from scratch. My advice is to buy a logistics company, integrate its management team, then restructure it. In the process of sorting, transporting, and dispatching goods, our head office will send people to redesign and replicate the model of Penglai City. If the trial operation proves to be feasible, we will fully promote it on the mainland and further promote it to the world. Prior to this, Xia Xiyu apparently had a plan for the development of this drone plus logistics, so she had full confidence in her explanation. Jiang Chen was convinced too. Providing service for other people would definitely not be as lucrative as integrating the entire industry chain. What about the risks? Jiang Chen asked the last question he was concerned about. The completion of the acquisition will cost about $3 billion. Then we'll gradually cancel the local agency rights, turn the franchise model into direct operations, and set up our own outlets in major cities. This work will probably require an investment of $1 billion. The use of Xinjiang as a drone logistics network pilot has a cost of $200 million. By his calculations, the cost of the entire project was about $4 billion. With the financial resources of Future Group, this risk could easily be managed. Well, you have my full support. Jiang Chen smiled. Since they decided to engage in this drone logistics network, the letter of intent from Shunfeng Company was naturally ignored. Xia Xiyu smiled and combed her hair behind her ear. I got it. Got it. Shenzhen, SF Express headquarters. Sitting at the desk, Wang Wei meticulously read the files on the table. As the president of SF Express Group, Wang Wei was as legendary as the company he led. He was only 22 years old. With a startup capital of only 100,000 Chinese yuan, he had grown from a startup company with a total of 6 people to SF Group with a market value of over $10 billion today. Even Jack Ma expressed deep admiration for him. However, today he was obviously a little absent-minded. This situation was very rare. He put the pen aside and rubbed his sour brows. Recalling the past, the last time he experienced this kind of anxiety was still in 2002. At that time, SF faced a severe test of the right to retrieve power from franchisees. If successful, SF Express would become the first logistics company to get rid of the affiliate system and achieve direct management of the company's network. There was no doubt that this attracted the interest of the franchisees. However, in the process of retrieving power, Wang Wei had a tough stance, and he even made it clear that by the deadline, they either had to sell the company's shares to him or leave SF. It was because of this tough attitude that brought Wang Wei death threats. Some franchisees actually put a bounty to hunt Wang Wei. This incident left a deep scar in his life. Even today, he always had 4 to 6 bodyguards with him. At this time, his subordinate Li Dongqi pushed open the door and swiftly walked in. Wang Wei didn't blame him for not knocking on the door but hurriedly asked, "Did Future Group agree?" Li Dong had a bitter smile and shook his head. "No, they gave me the impression that their ambitions for this market aren't small." Wang Wei didn't seem surprised by the answer. With the control of Store that generated a huge amount of traffic, Future Group even possessed the momentum to command the field of e-commerce. Now, many people developed the habit of experiencing the virtual yet realistic shopping experience, including Wang Wei himself. Every time he put on a helmet, he couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the Store designer. With such a unique advantage, it would be strange if Jiang Chen wasn't interested in logistics. After a few moments of deliberating, Wang Wei said, "Tomorrow I'll personally visit Xian. If I can meet Jiang Chen, I'll convince him in person." "No, he'll probably be here by tomorrow." Li Dongqi sighed. Wang Wei took a moment to process before his eyebrows twisted together. This was a bit difficult to handle now. While SF felt difficulty in making progress, Jiang Chen also felt resistance. Otherwise, he wouldn't make a personal trip here. The company selected by Xia Xiyu was STO, and for the 11% premium offered by Future Group, the proposal to purchase 51% of STO's shares for $1.7 billion received satisfaction from several major shareholders. Future Group wanted to invest in STO. That was a good thing. Even if it was based on its resources in the Store that could favor STO even by the slightest margin, their shares would more than double the current value, not to mention Future Group also purchased at an 11% premium. As long as they gave up a portion of the stocks, the rest of the stock could be more valuable. It would be foolish to reject such an offer. However, they encountered resistance in the last stage of the acquisition. As soon as he was about to sign, the original shareholders who agreed to sell their shares changed their positions and refused to sell their shares. No matter how Future Group persuaded them, they seemed to have their minds made up. Future Group inquired for the rationale and they discovered it wasn't the shareholders, but it was the government that began to intervene. This caught Jiang Chen off guard, but when Shi Xiyu heard the news, it didn't seem to surprise her. For mutual acquisitions between small companies, the government's attitude was often based on the criteria of, according to the laws of market economy development. However, when it came to large companies, the government's attitude was more cautious. A typical case was Coca-Cola's acquisition of Huiyuan Juice Group in 2009, which was rejected by the Ministry of Commerce under antitrust. This situation not only occurred in Huawei's repeated setbacks in the UAE could be attributed to the fact that since 2008, the UAE government had systematically prevented the company from acquiring UAE assets. This caused Huawei to suffer repeated setbacks when it entered the UAE telecommunications industry. What had to be pointed out was that if Future Group was registered in Shanghai, and not a small Western Pacific country that has no international influence, but held strategic significance to UAE, perhaps the Phantom helmet wouldn't be available in the UAE. Jiang Chen originally hoped the Liu family could offer some help, however, Elder Liu's answer left him with nothing to say. The Liu family did have influence at the very top, but this matter wasn't something that he alone could decide. After all, the political power of the Republic was more than the Liu family. The government was overwhelmed by the fact that Future Group became too involved, and they weren't interested in drone logistics. Reducing 400,000 jobs to 50,000 might seem tempting to other companies, but from the government's standpoint, weren't they lowering the employment rate? Many times you're not brought in because you're advanced, unless the country can't survive without you. For example, quantum communication satellites were not available in market because of the potential impact on the telecom Big Three in the oligopoly market. When we were in the conference, the Liu family voted against the proposal to intervene in the acquisition. I can't help you too much in this matter. However, I can reveal to you the bottom line in this acquisition. At the end of the call, Liu Xianghua smiled mysteriously. Oh. What is it? Jiang Chen asked. You took so much money every year and now you should do something. Equities, Liu Xianghua gave an abstract word. Future Group can expand into the market, but it can't monopolize the market. Do you understand what I mean? If you want to buy STO, you can only hold 30%. This is the bottom line. Or you start your own logistics company. In the end, the old man's tone was mixed with deeper meanings. What about drones? This was Jiang Chen's main concern. The drones, we certainly hope you can cooperate with domestic logistics companies. After all, this drone technology is very good. Judging by the first half of the sentence, it was clear that Hua wouldn't make a fuss about the upcoming drone management bill, but the latter half of the sentence was somewhat unclear. However, since he already asked about the answer, Jiang Chen stopped chatting with the old guy. Just before hanging up the phone, he suddenly thought of something, then asked another question. By the way, have you ever heard of an organization called Freemasonry? Lu Xianghua's narrowed eyes opened slightly as he frowned. His tone became unpredictable. Freemasonry? How did you get involved with them? They came to find me. Oh, then you ran into a very troublesome opponent. Lu Xianghua smiled gloatingly. How about this? Do you want to come back to the country? They can't do anything in the country. I'll pass. I'm very comfortable on the outside. After hanging up the phone, he immediately went to see Xia Xiu. The two exchanged opinions with each other. The resulting answer was also very clear. The profits of the logistics market were quite large. In the past decade or so, the logistics industry had seen exponential growth. According to data from 2015, the annual volume had already exceeded 20 billion pieces, and the total industry revenue also reached 200 billion. If things worked out, the market alone on the Hua side would bring about billions in profits to Future Group each year. Although there were some problems with the policy, they could still work to resolve the issues in front of them. If they couldn't do so directly, then they would flank from the back. On May 17, a Gulfstream private jet landed on the runway of Xiangjiang International Airport. Although an effort for confidentiality was made, the fastest reporters in the world still got wind of the situation and were waiting at the entrance of the international airport the moment they received the news. There was no doubt that this aircraft came from Xian, and the owner of the aircraft was the president of Future Group, Jiang Chen. It was very difficult to interview Jiang Chen in Xian. If he didn't want to be interviewed, it was difficult to even see him. However, in Xiangjiang, these reporters didn't have so many concerns and they all clamored him with cameras. A dozen burly bodyguards formed a circle, blocking Jiang Chen's surroundings and shoving the crowd out of the way, escorting Jiang Chen to the vehicles sent by the subsidiary. It was like these were paparazzi chasing an international superstar. After entering the vehicle, Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed. He Weikai, the president of Future Group Hua subsidiary, came to pick him up. The group's acquisition of STO was also led by him. No need to explain what happened, but due to some small mishaps, the acquisition failed. President, should we go to the company building or hotel first? Hotel. Okay. After receiving news from Jiang Chen, the subsidiary already booked for him the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel. As one of the only 2 six-star hotels in the city, Jiang Chen stayed there for a few days before with only good reviews to provide in all aspects. After checking in, Jiang Chen went to take a shower and washed away his weariness. After putting on a clean outfit and having lunch, he went to the subsidiary in the afternoon. This building was bought from Mr. Chen and was originally used as the headquarters of Future Technology. However, since Future Technology moved to Xian, this building became the head office for the group subsidiary in the region. It was still called Future Building, although it was much shorter and smaller than the Future Building on Coral Island. Jiang Chen immediately called He Weikai and other company executives to hold a brief meeting. The group has made a decision and the strategy for entering the logistics industry will remain unchanged. We'll start with the pilot project in Xiangjiang, focusing on the development of the Hua logistics market. The Beta 3 Express delivery drone will be our flagship product. I know there is much resistance on the policy side, but this isn't enough reason for giving up. The subsidiary is already registered and is called Global Express. There are several sets of proposals that have been sent to you from headquarters. I believe you should have seen them before the meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss this issue. You can speak freely and bring forward any opinions. Jiang Chen's opening words were as short as always. Within a minute, they entered into discussion. However, the situation wasn't as ideal as he expected, and the subsidiary lacked experience in the logistics industry. However, the lack of experience didn't matter, the lack of talent could be filled and the lack of experience could be obtained through the process. JD, when it first entered into logistics, was plagued with problems, but they still managed to complete the process. Jiang Chen could start a VR station dedicated to VR store service, and it could be a store with dual uses. One would be to act as Phantom Helmet's experience store, the other use could be to act as the distribution outlet for VR store. He discussed this proposal with Xia Xiyu for a long time and determined it to be completely feasible. The purpose of this in-person visit to Hong Kong was mainly to negotiate with the government, negotiate all the policies, and strive to lay the blueprints for drone logistics. After the meeting was adjourned, the senior executives of the company left. However, Jiang Chen and He Weikai didn't leave. Instead, they briefly discussed several proposals put forward at the meeting. But just then, He Weikai's assistant came in from outside the conference room. Wang Wei, president of SF Express Group, made a request to meet with the president. Meeting? Jiang Chen and He Weikai exchanged looks, then looked at the assistant. We agree to the meeting. Tonight, the location is set at the Peninsula Hotel. Jiang Chen looked at He Weikai. Perhaps we don't need to start a logistics company from scratch. You mean SF? Although he used a questioning tone, He Weikai seemed to have grasped the key point. Yes, that's what I just suddenly thought of. We've been using thinking from 2018 to study the logistics industry for a long time, but conservative practices aren't necessarily universal. We can do it in a different way. Jiang Chen reached out and lifted the lid of the tabletop teapot, gently resting on one side. For example, splitting the logistics into two links. Starting from scratch meant Future Group would need to spend a lot of effort on establishing outlets across the country, set up warehouses, develop transportation plans, and so on. The way to avoid trouble was to acquire, but the country was bound to intervene in the acquisition in the name of antitrust. In this case, why not adopt another mindset? The advantages of drone logistics were mainly reflected in the dispatching of parts. Future Group needed to cover the outlet for hundreds of cities and counties across the country. Domestically, only EMS and SF Express adopted the direct management network out of all delivery companies. EMS was a state-owned enterprise, so there was no need to consider it. Future Group could fully cooperate with SF Express to solve this problem in the network. Later, Jiang Chen returned to the Peninsula Hotel and went to the agreed-upon meeting place. When he arrived, he discovered Wang Wei was sitting in the corner of the tea house in the lobby, and he seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The headquarters of SF Express was located in Shenzhen. The journey would only take 2 to 3 hours from Shenzhen. However, the speed of the other party did surprise Jiang Chen somewhat. Hello, you must be Mr. Jiang Chen. Wang Wei stood up with a smile and extended his right hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wang Wei. Jiang Chen shook his hand and smiled. Now let's leave the small talk for after dinner. Mr. Wang requested a meeting with me, so what did you want to discuss today? I hope to revisit the letter of intent we sent to Mr. Jiang Chen earlier, said Wang Wei sincerely. To adopt Penglai City's drone logistics network. Jiang Chen smiled. I'm sorry, but building my own logistics company has always been one of the strategic plans of Future Group. Not long ago, we already registered a company called Global Courier. Although it's very small and business is only focused in Penglai City, surely you should be able to see our ambitions for the logistics industry from its name. Jiang Chen's words didn't make Wang Wei feel discouraged. He clearly knew that since Jiang Chen agreed to meet with him, there must be room for negotiation. After collecting his train of thought, Wang Wei responded, "I don't know if Mr. Jiang studied the case of FedEx's failure in Hua." The hotel waiter served the two people black tea and pastries. Although it was close to dinner time and past time for afternoon tea at the Peninsula Hotel, distinguished guests always received extra privileges. Taking a sip of the black tea to soothe his throat, Jiang Chen said, "Of course. There are many reasons behind FedEx operations' failure in the country. Even though they had a considerable advantage in price and made efforts in localization, they struggled to enter the market. My operating team studied this case and we came to a conclusion. Do you know what it is?" Wang Wei locked his eyes onto Jiang Chen. "Is this a test?" Jiang Chen grinned. "Not at all." Wang Wei laughed and held up one finger. "In the end, there's only one reason. They suffered a Google-style failure." Google-style failure, this concept is rather interesting. This is my first time hearing this. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Wei with interest. "So, do you think our Global Express will suffer a Google-style failure?" Wang Wei didn't directly answer Jiang Chen's question, but he used the art of negotiation to blur the issue. New trade protectionism. Starting in the 1980s, with non-tariff barrier measures such as environmental barriers, technical barriers, anti-dumping and intellectual property protection, the policy has protected local companies and excluded foreign companies from entering the market. Although Hua started in this area quite late, with the trade's frictions with the UA after 2000, we also learned a lot. I personally concluded that there's an interesting law: all products that can be replaced are domestically protected by policies. The logistics industry is obviously one of them. Even if you have a drone logistics network that's convenient and quick, that's not irreplaceable enough. After all, our companies that rely on human resources can also send packages to customers' homes, at most, will be slower by a few hours in the dispatching process. After listening to the explanation, Jiang Chen looked at Wang Wei with surprise. What he said was also Jiang Chen's biggest concern. Global Express had a complete set of localized operation plans. At the same time, it also recruited former senior executives of many renowned delivery companies from headhunters. However, taking Hua as the first leg of the international market meant Global Express would have tough obstacles to overcome. However, although the obstacles weren't small, Jiang Chen already had plans in mind. "So, we plan to divide the business into two parts." Jiang Chen looked at the confident Wang Wei with a grin. "Two parts?" "Yes." With his fingers crossed on the table, Jiang Chen began, "Global Express will split the business into two parts. The first is to build a drone logistics network and the other is to contract delivery services from other courier companies." "What do you mean?" Wang Wei furrowed his brows. "Taking Xiangjiang as an example, we'll establish the drone logistics systems of Penglai City as a pilot project for Xiangjiang. No matter whether it's SF Express or YTO, they can deliver packages to our warehouse and provide customers with drone delivery service. Our services don't target the customer receiving packages but rather, our target is courier companies. Do you understand what I mean? Delivery companies? Franchises?" Wang Wei instantly understood the intention behind Jiang Chen's plan. This was equivalent to saying that they would contract all delivery services from courier companies. Taking YTO with a market share only second to SF Express, for example, YTO would deliver the sorted packages and transport them to the various distribution outlets in Xiangjiang, then the delivery work would be assigned based on each package. Therefore, any couriers could deliver goods to the delivery center of Global Courier, then the drone logistics network could complete the work for the entire Xiangjiang area. This would even eliminate the step where courier companies deliver to outlets. Do you think courier companies will give you the contract? Wang Wei laughed. There's a price advantage. Jiang Chen put up a finger. The drone delivery cost is only half of the cost of manual delivery, and the efficiency is twice that of manual delivery. That's all. Wang Wei's smile looked a bit funny. Of course that's not all, said Jiang Chen. He held up a second finger. VirStore will differentiate delivery options on the user's end. The first to join Global Express will be prioritized. You should exactly know what this means. With his smile frozen on his face, a drop of cold sweat dripped from Wang Wei's forehead. He certainly knew what this meant. If VirStore set a recommendation on which courier to select on the user interface, then the user would definitely prefer to choose the recommended courier company. Are you sure you want to do this? Antitrust laws are not there for decoration purposes, Wang Wei replied. The definition of monopoly is using your own dominance to control the market, to prevent other companies from entering the market, or to use unfair competition to drive other companies out of the market. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Wei, chuckling. Which term do you think VirStore has violated? We're only recommending our own partners and won't prohibit any courier companies from entering this market. After listening to Jiang Chen's reply, Wang Wei took a deep breath. So, it seems we have nothing to talk about. On the contrary, we have a lot to talk about. Jiang Chen shook his head. We've always been very optimistic about cooperating with SF. Jiang Chen took out a letter of intent and placed it in front of Wang Wei. Wang Wei picked up the letter of intent and glanced through it, then his expression clearly shifted. This is a win-win situation. Is Mr. Wang interested? Global Express would launch a comprehensive strategy with SF Express in its operations in Hua, relying on SF Express outlets throughout the country to conduct the deployment of drones in the top 100 cities. VirStore's resources would favor SF Express, and SF Express's express delivery service in Xiangjiang would be gradually outsourced to Global Express by the end of the month. For SF, they would save on a lot of expenses while improving distribution efficiency. As Jiang Chen said, this was a win-win proposal. If you're not interested, I'll talk to YTO tomorrow. I heard the year before they began to try to retrieve power from local franchises. It didn't surprise Jiang Chen. Before he finished his sentence, Wang Wei signed his name on the letter of intent. Although he signed his own name, Wang Wei still asked, is half a month enough time? Putting away the letter of intent, Jiang Chen sank into the sofa and confidently said, it's more than enough. The drones were available on demand. Even before Jiang Chen's arrival in Xiangjiang, Future Heavy Industries already added several Beta 3 drone production lines. By the end of the month, there would be no problems meeting the production quota of 100,000 Beta 3s. The most critical agenda now was to negotiate with the Xiangjiang government. What about security? What if the drone's cargo falls from the air? There's no need to worry about this issue. Security is one of the design priorities of Beta 3. Even if there are any accidents, Beta 3 will launch emergency procedures to slowly descend together with the cargo to land on an area without any human presence, while other drones will be responsible for recollection. At the same time, Global Express will plan delivery routes to ensure that drones carrying heavy objects won't pass through densely populated areas to ensure the safety of civilians. What about privacy? Will you install cameras on the drone? Does this mean Beta 3 can capture the private space of homeowners? The Beta 3 is indeed equipped with a camera, but in general, its functions are decided by AI. Unless there are special circumstances, the staff won't manually control the drone. All video data will only be stored on the server for 30 days and will be automatically cleared after 30 days. The most nuanced link was the Legislative Council. Delegations sent by Future Group must face inquiries from various committees, and eventually, persuade the people of the Legislative Council to introduce favorable regulations to facilitate Global Courier's expansion into the drone delivery service. But overall, negotiations went very smoothly. Jiang Chen met with the chief executive and negotiated the logistics of drones. On the other hand, he exchanged opinions with Future Group on investments in Hong Kong. Judging from the attitude of the chief executive, the Xinjiang government still valued Future Group and expressed a considerable degree of interest in this drone network. If all went smoothly, the Legislative Council would issue drone management regulations before the 25th, and Global Express would begin the establishment of the drone logistics network starting on the 30th. In the evening, back at the hotel, Aisha called, "Evelyn has been controlled. 2 hours ago, he was transferred to Droplet and has now left Albanian territorial waters. Beware of safety, right? What's the situation in Europe?" There were a few seconds of silence. "The atmosphere is a bit strange." "Strange?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "Tell the ghost agents to closely follow the movements of the Rothschilds and find out what they're trying to do." "Leave it to me," Aisha whispered back. In Jiang Chen's days in Hong Kong, many things happened. MLL Island recently discovered several new large-scale mines. Due to its concentration in the Valencia region of central MLL, the area was named the Valencia Mining Area. The reserves of the mines were astonishing. The minerals found included above-average iron, aluminum, lead, zinc, and copper, which were in high demand in the new Malaysian Special District. However, the Valencia mining region detonated a divergence between BHP Group and Future Mining. As an explorer in the Valencia region, BHP Group put forward demands for more shares and reinterpreted the contracts that were signed previously. They believed that according to the contributions of both parties, the original 55% and 45% division of shares was unfair and that BHP Group deserved to own 55% of the shares. Future Mining naturally didn't agree and insisted on following the contract or they would call the whole thing off. Both sides began to negotiate on this issue in March that year. The attitude of the original BHP Group began to soften, but since May, after Jiang Chen gave the Rothschilds the golden apple, their stance began to harden again. There was no doubt that Mr. Luke of BHP Group was also a member of the Freemasonry. The Freemasonry apparently believed Jiang Chen was now willing to compromise. But they were obviously wrong. The expiration of the contract between BHP Mining Group and Future Mining in MLL Island resulted in Future Mining immediately refusing to renew the contract. In the future, Future Group would independently complete the development of the MLL Island mineral resources, kicking the BHP Group out of the game. BHP Mining Group expressed its surprise and regret regarding this decision, but it still made the decision to withdraw their equipment and personnel from MLL Island. They also withdrew their assets from Moro with disbelief. From this incident, discerning people could see that the honeymoon period between Future Group and the Rothschilds family had ended. But then again, to this end, Future Group didn't need to count on anyone anymore. Currently, the resources of the new Malaysian Special District and Anj Island high-tech industrial parks were basically supported by MLL's rich mining resources. Especially after the exploration of several rich mines, Future Group no longer needed to rely on these mining giants. While kicking out BHP Group wasn't the most ethical move, the Freemasonry hadn't played fair to start with. On the other hand, High-Tech Freshwater and Future Bank listed in New York were shorted by unidentified funds, and their stock prices fell by 30% in 3 days. In light of this situation, Jiang Chen calmly held his position and increased his holdings through the secondary market, scooping up all the dumped shares. He knew who was using financial leverage against him, but this superficial warning didn't even make him flinch. In the worst case, he would privatize High-Tech Freshwater and Future Bank. Future Group no longer needed to seek loans from other banks, and their own bank was sufficient to complete blood transfusions for the group. After completing negotiations on drone management regulations, Jiang Chen immediately left Xinjiang. However, he didn't directly head back to Koro Island but went to Moro and landed at Port D International Airport. It had been more than a year since the Civil War. The anti-government forces led by Santos used arms sneaked in by Jiang Chen and entered a stalemate with government forces, but scars from the Civil War were no longer visible on the streets. Backed by Future Group, Port D's recovery was much faster than expected. After stepping off the plane, President Santos of Moro personally went to the airport to greet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen almost didn't recognize this guy and thought the president was someone else. When Jiang Chen confirmed it was Santos, he could only sigh at the scene. Time certainly flew by. The original muscular man with bullets around his shoulders now had a beer belly and a chubby face. Jiang Chen immediately brought forward his own demands when he met Santos. $1 billion in investments in exchange for 20-year mining rights in Valencia's newly developed mining area. No problem. Santos didn't hesitate to agree. Although BHP Mining Group offered slightly higher prices, Moro was dependent on Xi'an after all. Until now, Celestial Trade still maintained a small number of garrisons in the two major cities and a considerable number of attacking drones. The northern country, with the help of the UA, had relentlessly reorganized the dismantled army and navy. The two sides signed a ceasefire agreement. Country F had never recognized the independence of Moro and hadn't given up its ambitions to recover sovereignty areas. At that time, if Santos didn't hold on to Celestial Trade tightly, he would have a problem. After greeting Jiang Chen at the airport, Moro provided great hospitality. The vehicle fleet consisted of the extended version of Black Lincolns, and the hotel where he stayed was the National Guest Hotel in Moro. Passing through the emerald green lawn, under the guise of the honor guards, they set foot on pure white stone steps, the marble columns solemnly lined up, giving a Parisian Pantheon charm. Seeing the flag of the rebel forces flutter as the national flag, the scene did stun Jiang Chen. But then the only thought in his head was how corrupt they were. Although the per capita income was only $800, this didn't prevent the warlords that ruled MLL Island from living a lavish life. After spending many decades fighting a guerrilla warfare with the Country F government in the mountains, they finally achieved their long-cherished wish. How could they manage to control themselves from pursuing a better life? In accordance with the requirements of Future Group, Moro in the Constitution was defined as an elected government to prevent the criticism of Western countries. At the same time, they also wrote one condition in the Constitution. Special wartime regulations stipulate that the president's term of office will be extended indefinitely during the war, and the top commander has the final say in wartimes. By the way, the president and the top commander both were General Santos. How did Santos exploit his people? Jiang Chen didn't care. He needed to be responsible only for the employees of Future Group, Celestial Trade soldiers, and the people of Xi'an on Panu Islands. Therefore, he accepted the lavishness without feeling too guilty. There were as many as 10 maids responsible for taking care of his daily life, and their appearances were all among the finest. The decoration of the rooms was extravagant with fine wine and cigars in the display cabinets. Even Santos himself probably was too cheap to be this lavish. While sighing at the generosity offered by Moro government, Jiang Chen was also wondering, did Santos need to ask him for something? In the evening, Santos hosted a banquet in the banquet hall of National Guest Hotel to entertain Jiang Chen. With the exception of Jiang Chen as the protagonist, all visiting guests were dignitaries on MLL Island. Among them were mostly military personnel, as well as some Moro real estate developers and gold mine owners. Most of the female guests were relatives of these officers and businessmen. Jiang Chen noticed that many young girls looked at him with passion and fiery. But the daughters of these aristocrats were not too beautiful, so Jiang Chen had no interest at all. With cups clinging, and the symphony playing, the guests were all in a delightful mood. After a couple of rounds, Santos beside Jiang Chen suddenly bloomed into a smile. Seeing his expression, Jiang Chen knew that this guy must have something problematic that needed his help. Mr. Jiang, our enemies have recently been somewhat restless on the border. It must be said that this Santos was much more acute to the oblivious muscle man back then. He came to understand that ruling the country didn't just rely on muscles. This opening uses of our enemy immediately pulled Jiang Chen to his own side. And this tone was just discussing about military intelligence with his allies, so he wouldn't lose his face in front of his subordinates. While Jiang Chen read this, he didn't put too much thought into it. He took a sip from the glass and casually asked. "Oh, what is Country F doing?" The Aquino government promulgated the new conscription bill. They declared that they will reorganize the beaten army and expand its military by 100,000. Aquino? Didn't the guy resign? Jiang Chen frowned. The one who resigned was Aquino III, this is Aquino IV who came to power, okay, the fourth. Jiang Chen massaged his temples because of the effect of alcohol. He didn't really understand these people. Santos carefully looked at Jiang Chen, then continued. In addition, Country F also announced that it will build a modern army with the help of the UA and purchase M1A1 main battle tanks and Apache helicopters, M1A1. Jiang Chen was slightly moved. His fingers gently tapped on the glass as he mocked, "Can they afford it? How many bananas do they need to sell to buy one tank?" Santos also sighed with a few scowls. "I don't know. The news we got from the informants on the other side of Country F was that they seem to have received a generous loan." Loan? Putting down his glass of wine, Jiang Chen's expression was a bit erratic. "Is there any exact information on the amount and time of the loan?" "The amount is about $10 billion, time, probably at the end of April." After a quick exchange with his intelligence chief, Santos nodded. At the end of April, it was almost when Jiang Chen and Freemasonry officially ended their honeymoon and when Future Mining and BHP Mining Group saw a crack in their cooperation. $10 billion, a decisive deal. An M1A1 tank only had a cost of $4 million. If the money was spent on land force and air force, Country F could create a modern army. When investing in military expansion, Jiang Chen couldn't think of any other way except for war to recover investment. Jiang Chen originally did not understand why the BHP Group proposed something that Future Group would never accept. They were also so calm after the contract renewal faltered. From the signs now, their plans should not be small. After a moment of indulging, Jiang Chen gently pointed at the glass of wine on the table and asked in a semi-joking tone. "Your military spending is not just used on this, right?" "Not at all. Our annual military budget accounts for 15% of GDP because we are worried that they will tear up the armistice agreement," Santos replied hastily. Jiang Chen didn't ask him how much GDP per year was spent on enjoyment. He thought for a moment and said. "From tomorrow onwards, celestial trade will help Moro establish a modern army to cope with regional tensions caused by the expansion of Country F. You don't have to worry about military spending for the time being. We will lend you low-interest loans here. The total amount of loans is $5 billion. Santos was seeing flying colors. The pressure on top of his chest was finally removed. He immediately got up and proposed a toast to Jiang Chen. Thank you so much. Our friend, the MLL people will remember your contribution to our revolution." After the banquet ended, he declined the invitation of several famous ladies to visit their rooms and went straight back to the hotel. He tossed his suit on a hanger and immediately contacted Celestial Trade about his decision to assist Moro's military modernization. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen was preparing to change clothes and bathe under the service of the maids, but the future around his wrist began to ring. Looking at the words on the holographic screen, it was an unexpected number. An international long-distance call. Find authorized novels in WebNovel. Faster updates, better experience. Please click for visiting. Long time no see, my friend. The hearty voice came through over the phone. The voice undoubtedly belonged to Loki, one of the important figures within B City Consortium. A hand gesture was given to the maids beside him, motioning for them to leave. Jiang Chen put some clothes over his body. After sitting up on the sofa, he smiled and replied. "Indeed, long time no see. What's the matter? I heard you and Rothschild's honeymoon is over." Loki asked with uncertainty in his tone. "Not that extreme, but indeed unpleasant. With a confirmation from Jiang Chen, Loki's smile turned even brighter. Of course, in order not to be mistaken for gloating, he tried very hard to restrain the smile from reaching his speech as he lowered his voice and said, "Oh, God, it's not fun to be remembered by the Rothschilds family. But what I didn't understand was, didn't they help you in Congress some time ago? XIN developing civil nuclear technology. To be honest, many people voted in favor of the interference option. The exchange of interests, nothing more. I am also very curious to ask what these questions mean for B-City Consortium." Jiang Chen asked back. It seemed that he had heard Jiang Chen's displeasure. Loki smiled and quickly explained. "My apologies, I may have been somewhat direct. But you have to believe me. We don't have any malicious intentions. We might as well say, we're somewhat happy. You're glad to see Rothschild and I go against each other." Jiang Chen crossed his legs and sunk into the sofa, and said with a casual tone, "Or rather, add the Freemasonry into it too." No, you may have misunderstood what I meant." Loki shook his head and paused. Then he threw out a question. "How much does Mr. Jiang know about the UA? Other than the power being divided into three, I don't know much about it." Jiang Chen laughed. "The capital and Wall Streets were divided." "What about Wall Street?" "A bunch of greedy bankers and investors." Mr. Jiang's opinion is really unique. But forgive me, your opinion is still somewhat amateur." Loki did not mind Jiang Chen used the adjective greedy and laughed. Jiang Chen also smiled without responding, waiting for Loki to continue. While Loki had his laugh, he took a sip of water, soothed his throat and changed into a serious tone. "The capital has two owners. Wall Street also has two owners. Who are they? Jewish Consortium and Protestant Consortium, known as WASP." Jiang Chen was silent for 2 seconds and said in a joking tone. "I thought the UA was Jewish Garden. That is a prejudice. Jewish Consortium is made up of Goldman Sachs, Lehman Brothers, and other investment banks. WASP side is comprised of Morgan Stanley and First Boston. Obama was their people, and Hillary is ours. Whether it is financial or political, we are at best head-to-head against them." This sentence had already proved Loki's position. Jiang Chen could feel the friendliness in his tone. Loki's next sentence made his intention even more clear. "It's not easy to face the Freemasonry alone. Do you want to join forces? How do we work together?" Jiang Chen asked. "When confronting a Jewish organization that stretches its hands everywhere, we stand together. Whether it is to attack or retreat, we stand together both politically and economically." Perhaps he felt Jiang Chen's concerns. Loki added, "Of course, the covenant itself is not binding. The only requirement is that against the Freemasonry conspiracies, our coalition can unite." The room was quiet, and the silent atmosphere lasted for a long time. Loki waited quietly for Jiang Chen's reply. He knew it took time to think, but he would agree eventually. Because, Jiang Chen had no reason to reject. However, the facts were indeed true. Jiang Chen seriously thought about it for a long time, and he really could not think of the reasons to disagree with this proposal. Future Group appeared strong on the surface, whether he thought himself or in the eyes of other, but the lack of allies in international affairs had always been the Achilles heel of Future Group. Working together with WASP would undoubtedly make up for this shortfall. As to whether the relations with Jewish consortium such as Rothschild would continue to deteriorate, Jiang Chen was no longer concerned. Both sides were about to fight in his own garden, why bother saving faces? One more friend is always good. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen responded. A smile bloomed on Loki's face. Great. I'm very happy that we have a strong ally on the other side of the Pacific. Strictly speaking, the relationship between WASP and Future Group was not harmonious. The business expansion of Future Group had touched the interest of many people. But against a common enemy, the United States and the Soviet Union, which have very different ideologies, could stand on one front. What is absolutely impossible in this world? Compared with Future Group, Protestants obviously disdained the Jews more. If they could get rid of the Freemasonry in UA and regain control of the Fed and Wall Street from the grasps of the Jews, WASP would benefit far more than Future Group. The covenant did not have any paper documents, it was only a verbal commitment. Because no laws and regulations could possibly provide legal protection to this documentation. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Santos, personally traveled to the Surigao region, the northernmost point of MLL Island, to inspect the military deployment on the border of Moro. 2 brigades of artillery, 2 divisions of motorized infantry and an armored battalion. As far as the military personnel was concerned, such a deployment was sufficient, but Jiang Chen didn't know what to say about the equipment. Still using the T-72 tank as the main armored tank, Jiang Chen was very skeptical on how many seconds they could last in front of the M1A1. Without the deterrence of celestial trade, Jiang Chen even suspected that if the current country F army have pushed to the border, the forces on MLL Island would probably have to go back to fighting a guerrilla warfare again. However, since Jiang Chen was there, so he naturally would not allow this to happen. After finishing the border inspection, he immediately returned to Xi'an by plane and started to provide military assistance to Moro. A large number of military supplies were transported by ship to Port D, beginning with light weapons, they began to equip the military force. It was worth mentioning that B-City Consortium has extended a helping hand on this matter. Raytheon sold 30 M1A1 main battle tanks to Celestial Trading at a price of $4 million. The tanks were sent to Moro, replacing the old T-72 in the armored battalion. The dark cloud named war lingered over MLL Island. In the eyes of the public, it was a clash between human rights and sovereignty. But only the top officials on the front line knew that this was not for the sake of the people from the very beginning. The Freemasonry wanted to kick Future Group out of MLL and indirectly control Future Group's industry power through monopoly of resources. Future Group would never give up the resources of MLL Island, nor would it make concessions on the Moro country issue. In this period of time, a shadow casted over Southeast Asia. At High-Tech Park on Ange Island, Zhong Wei, the newly appointed head of the park, listened to Jiang Chen's instructions. He found it quite challenging. The output of the Beta series drones must remain unchanged, and the monthly production of the Hummingbird military drone must be increased to 100,000 units. This is impossible. The Beta series drone's increase was achievable as it didn't take up much production capacity even with the new drone employing many cutting-edge technologies. However, the Hummingbird drone that used completely new technology in many parts, including the engine, which could only be manufactured with the 3D printer. Fortunately, there was an industrial-grade 3D printer that could print in batches, otherwise it would be a problem to complete the commercial production of Hummingbird drones. The group's laboratories have completed the industrial design plan. After that, the production of the Hummingbird drones can be carried out without the need for a limited 3D printer. The first batch of production equipment will arrive tomorrow, Jiang Chen said. Completed? Great. Then it should be feasible. Zhong Wei heard the good news and immediately felt the pressure lift off of his chest. The limited number of industrial-grade 3D printers available to Future Group meant that these printers could be used to replace the production of key parts in an emergency, but they seriously limited the production output and production costs. By the end of this month, I'll speak with the Xi'an government to double the area of the Ange Industrial Zone. The newly expanded park will be fully used for military production. At the same time, Future Heavy Industries military projects will be split out to form Future Military. After a pause, Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. There are 2 key development priorities for the company. One is aerospace and the other is military. Yes, Zhong Wei solemnly said. Drones will be the protagonists of future wars, and they will also be the main force in Celestial Trade's combative units. Currently, there are 15,000 soldiers serving on New Moon Island, while the hummingbird drones serving in celestial trade are as high as 200,000, forming a ridiculous 1:13 ratio with the soldiers. In the world where EMP weapons were not widely used in combat, drone cluster tactics would be quite effective. The situation in MLL Island deteriorated, and the friction with the Freemasonry began to heat up. Only a strong force could maintain the core interests of future group in Asia and the world. At the end of May, Aisha successfully returned to Xi'an. Piloting Droplet returned along with her was Catherine, a ghost agent stationed in Europe, and Evelyn, who was locked in a hibernation chamber. The existence of Droplet must be kept a secret. No one except the ghost agents and Xia Xiu knew of its existence. Droplet stopped at the port of Coconut Island. Aisha and Catherine pulled out the hibernation chamber and tossed it on the beach in front of the port. Then they reported their arrival to Jiang Chen. A few moments later, 2 yachts emerged on the surface of the sea. Jiang Chen took several celestial soldiers and boarded the island, freeing Evelyn from the hibernation chamber. Inhibitor must be injected before entering the hibernation chamber for an extended period of time. When the door opened, Evelyn crawled out of the chamber. Before he could stand straight, he started to vomit. "Hell, did you put me into a pork freezer?" Evelyn accepted the paper towels from Jiang Chen's bodyguards and wiped his mouth before finally regaining his breath. "Of course not. The pork freezer cannot sustain someone for a week without eating." With a smile, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. "Welcome to Koro Island. The Xi'an government will provide you with political asylum. Corruption, bribery, murder, a total of more than 20 crimes. It is certainly not the best life to be on the run, right? Those are straight-up lies and accusations." Evelyn shouted indignantly. "They will bring Frank Berg into the abyss." Jiang Chen comforted him with a few words and ordered the bodyguards to send him to a safe place. Evelyn's current identity was rather special. If exposed in Xi'an, it would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Originally, Jiang Chen was planning to negotiate with Natasha. After he arrived in Xi'an, he would send him directly to the plane in Moscow. However, Natasha, who should have arrived 2 weeks ago, disappeared until yesterday. She was now on a plane to Koro Island. Therefore, Evelyn must spend some more time in a dark room on Koro Island. Seeing Evelyn leave under the escort of celestial trade bodyguards, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Aisha, who stood by his side, with a warm smile emerging. Catherine saw this scene, and consciously ran to the port. Soon there were only the 2 of them on the island. It was quiet, with only the sound of waves washing the beach and the palm trees swaying in the wind. Stepping forward, Aisha hugged Jiang Chen's neck, tiptoed and kissed him softly on the lips, then put her face against his shoulder. As the saying goes, a short time away is better than just married. The subtle but sweet feeling was inexplicable. After savoring the lingering silence, Jiang Chen caressed her chestnut hair, combed her hair around her ear, and whispered. "Did you miss me?" "Yes." Although it was only one word, there were endless amounts of emotion in that word. The quiet atmosphere lasted around the 2 of them embracing. Feeling the increasingly hot temperature on his chest, Jiang Chen opened his mouth again and interrupted the quiet atmosphere. "Do you want to sit in Droplet for a bit?" With a joyous smile, Aisha hid her face deep into Jiang Chen's shoulder, allowing Jiang Chen to carry her to go to Droplet at the port. On the following day, Jiang Chen and Aisha returned to Koro Island and went straight to his mansion. At the door, he saw Natasha with her suitcase, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chen and Aisha, faces filled with happiness, Natasha did not hide her dissatisfaction as she pouted. She flung her golden hair and raised her watch around her wrist. "You let a lady who just landed wait for half an hour." "I'm sorry, I was a little delayed on my way." Jiang Chen grinned and opened the door with an electronic key. As the iron gate retreated to both sides, Natasha walked in unceremoniously. After walking along the stone path on the lawn, she walked into the living room as if she were in her own home. She left the suitcase aside and went straight to the kitchen refrigerator. Looking at the figure rushing into the kitchen, Jiang Chen just smiled and said nothing. He was not accustomed to the high alcohol concentration of vodka, but the alcoholic beverage existed in his fridge purely because of Natasha, who visited often. By the way, those low-degree fruity champagnes were prepared for Xiaoxiu. Phew, it is so hot standing outside. Holding a dazzling bottle, Natasha flapped her soaked collar, and sat right onto the sofa. Speak your mind, what do you want? Aisha went to the kitchen and Jiang Chen went to sit opposite of Natasha. I'm not in a hurry. You should rest first. By the way, what have you been doing back in Russia over the past few days? Were you worried about me? Natasha grinned. No, just making small talk. Jiang Chen shrugged and mocked. Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and reached out and picked up the remote control on the table. She turned to the TV in the living room and switched on the news channel. She raised her head, took a swig of the vodka, and then sunk into the sofa sluggishly. You'll know once you look at the news. The camera shook violently, the crowd was fleeing, and the armored vehicle that maintained its firing bulldozed through the main road. The heavily armed soldiers desperately pushed the masses behind them and urged the unrelated people to evacuate from the street. At this moment, a rocket hit the armored vehicle. Then, the connection was lost and the screen switched to the view of another camera. Jiang Chen noticed that the word live was marked in the upper right corner of the screen. It seemed like it was still live. Where is this? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. These days, he was caught up with matters related to Global Express and future mining. He did not pay much attention to international news. Natasha did not answer, but she raised her chin and pointed at the TV. Soon, the reporter on the news screen used English and answered Jiang Chen's question. We are now in Istanbul. The footage that has just aired is a fragment of the crossfire between the anti-government and government forces. Because of safety reasons, we can't go further. We are now only 1 kilometer away from the front line. 10 minutes ago the government's armored forces just passed by here, and the bullet holes on the wall behind me are the traces left by the tank's machine guns as they strafed the anti-government forces. According to Istanbul officials, the Turkish government has the upper hand, but according to the frontline soldiers, the situation is not as optimistic as what the politicians are saying. Putting the crystal bottle on the table, Natasha let out a long breath and interjected. It's not optimistic. It's very not optimistic. According to the current situation, this is not a coup, but a civil war. You guys did it? Jiang Chen looked bizarrely at Natasha. As far as he knew, the relationship between Russia and Turkey didn't seem to be very friendly. In particular, 2.5 years ago, Turkey shot down the Russian fighter plane, turning the relations between the two countries to a freezing point, and any one opportunity would be used to escalate it into a war. It's not us. The coup in Turkey is just as frequent as eating and drinking. You can't say it's us every time. Natasha knew what Jiang Chen was thinking and brushed him off. We just went and retrieved our people. But as we were executing the mission, we discovered that things were not as simple as we had thought. Why did they ask you? I remember you had left the front line. Jiang Chen asked. Because it's my supervisor who is responsible for this case, and the KGB was a little tight on field agents. He sent out all the people he could. Natasha sighed, and she combed her bang back in distress. We had some problems on the border and almost didn't manage to come back. From the phrase, didn't manage to come back, Jiang Chen felt the heaviness in her speech. At first, we thought it was just an ordinary coup, but it was more intense than previous times. At the same time, Natasha's fingers dipped into the wet crystal bottle and began to draw on the coffee table. Until we found this symbol from the personal belongings of a rebel general. It was a pyramid. The part of the spire was an eye. Jiang Chen certainly recognized this symbol. G, which was held between the V ruler and the book, the symbol of the Freemasonry. The Freemasonry, yeah, Natasha snapped. After all, the Freemasonry has always been the focus of the KGB. We did a little investigation and found that the officer was an external member of the Freemasonry, a supporter of the secularization movement in Turkey. While speaking, Natasha picked up the bottle and took a sip. She swirled the liquid and examined Jiang Chen, who was immersed in thoughts. I have heard that the situation in country F is not very peaceful. Yeah, Jiang Chen did not hide it. Now that Natasha mentioned it, she must have known something about it. The arms race between country F and Moro has already started. I wouldn't be surprised at all if country F's army crossed the ceasefire line tomorrow. Natasha grinned and said. Is that true? It seems that the global situation has escalated by a considerable extent. Let's not talk about this, you certainly did not ask me to come to listen to stories. Evelyn is on Koro Island. Jiang Chen was direct. He is actually in your hands, the red lips showed a look of surprise. Natasha gazed into Jiang Chen's eyes, crossed her arms, while deep in thought, no wonder we couldn't find him. He was controlled by you. You were looking for him. It seems that the Russians are also interested in the status quo in Frankfurt. Of course, Frankfurt is our biggest trading partner in Europe, Natasha said, grinning at Jiang Chen. I guess you wouldn't have leaked this information to me intentionally. Say it, what are your conditions? For Evelyn, I need all your information about the Freemasonry. All our information. Your appetite can be really big. Do you know how much information we have on them? If you write them all on A4 paper, you can stuff a whole file room. The world's largest underground organization, we have been monitoring them since the Stalin era. Natasha looked at Jiang Chen with a sly look. Are you planning to exchange all this information just for a former Frankfurt deputy prime minister? Don't you think this is unfair? Jiang Chen was not discouraged by Natasha's ambiguous response. I want to be clear. Is the Freemasonry your enemy or your friend? Enemy since the last century. Ours too, Jiang Chen looked into Natasha's eyes seriously. We are also the enemy of the Freemasonry. The enemy's enemies are friends. Am I correct? Whether it is in Veit or Frankfurt, the Freemasonry's order has always been contrary to the interests of Russia. Similarly, their position on the issue of MLL Island is also irreconcilable with us. As such, with a common enemy, we can stand on the same front together. This is not an exchange of interest. It is a helping hand for the Allies. Do you understand what I mean? Natasha was in silence, her index finger rested on her bright red lips while she debated Jiang Chen's words. I can't make the decision. I will give you a reply the day after tomorrow at the latest. Picking up the bottle from the table, Jiang Chen toasted to her and smiled, help me to convey my words to the Kremlin. I drank that. But the alcohol is mine. The clock on the wall pointed to the position of 12:30. Aisha walked out of the kitchen with delicious food and entered the dining room next to the living room. Even from far away, they could smell the aroma of food. Seeing it was late, Jiang Chen got up and extended an invitation. It's late now. Leave after you have food? Leave. Natasha raised an eyebrow, with a grin, who said I'm leaving, Jiang Chen finally understood why Natasha brought her luggage to the door. Rather than returning to her apartment to drop off the luggage, she was planning to live here from the very beginning. I don't have a choice, your housing prices have risen too fast. I can no longer afford the apartment I rented on Embassy Street with my current salary. Anyway, since you have plenty of rooms here, you won't lose anything by sharing a room, Natasha rolled her eyes and said bluntly. Does the embassy not have staff accommodations or something? Jiang Chen said. Yes, but it's too small. I like to live in a spacious house. With eyebrows raised, Natasha scorned. Do you not welcome me? It was inconvenient by any means. However, Jiang Chen did not have plans to develop the apocalypse in the short term, so he agreed. If you only live here until you find another place. After lunch, Natasha consciously helped Aisha put all the dishes in the dishwasher. Then Jiang Chen took her to her room and handed the room key to her. Natasha's room was at the end of the corridor on the second floor, next to Aisha's room. Aisha helped her with her luggage and she moved in. At the same time, she arranged a housework robot Shaolin in her room to take care of her daily life. I don't need this stuff, Natasha said, pointing to the robot. We need it, Aisha said indifferently. To ensure that you will not make play tricks in our home. Please, am I that stupid? Natasha rolled her eyes. Whatever. It was unwise to play tricks in front of the chief instructor and commander of ghost agents. What's more, she herself was not willing to do so. After cleaning up the room, Natasha went to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Aisha went to Jiang Chen's office. Natasha is taking a bath. I checked her luggage, and there are no devices inside, only clothes and carry-on items. If there are any changes, I'll immediately report back to you. Aha, I will leave it to you then. However, don't be overly suspicious. Jiang Chen caressed Aisha's hair, smiling at her. In addition to the kitchen, gym, bathrooms, guest rooms and other facilities, places where there may be sensitive information, including the study room and basement, were installed with cameras. Entering without permission would trigger an alarm. However, Jiang Chen knew that Natasha would not be trying any tricks. After Natasha took a shower, Aisha and Jiang Chen also went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then returned to their rooms for a short nap. At about 2 o'clock, Jiang Chen ended his nap and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Then he put on some formal clothes, and went to the garage. Just as he had gotten into his car, and was preparing to leave, Natasha, dressed in a security uniform, came downstairs and knocked lightly on his car window, biting her bright red lip while using a fake flirtatious tone. Hey handsome, can you take me for a ride? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and lowered the window. Get on. The garage door slowly opened, and they steadily hit the road. Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel and drove in the direction of Embassy Street. After sitting down, Natasha put on her seatbelt. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed from the front mirror that the pair of turbulent spheres were distorted by the seatbelt. The conservative and dignified uniform not only did not disguise the charm but made it look even more attractive. You didn't need to wear a seatbelt. No police will check my car, Jiang Chen originally wanted to remind her, but the words were then swallowed down. Perhaps it was because his attention was focused on the flying scenes. Time flew quickly, and they arrived on Embassy Street. Jiang Chen parked the car on the side of the street and reached out to unlock the door. Thanks. Natasha grinned and unbuckled her seatbelt. No problem, however, before he finished, Natasha suddenly printed a bright lip print on his cheek. Very moist. Also very soft. Jiang Chen looked blankly at her. He could not comprehend the situation and it took him a while to squeeze out a sentence. This is a unique way for Russians to say hello. That's right. But even the most open-minded Russian beauty only uses this way of saying hello to special someone in her life. Then, her firm legs stepped out of door. Natasha, who had stepped out of the vehicle, blew a kiss and disappeared at the end of the street. She was gone. After reminiscing about what happened, Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. The pounding heartbeat was dispelled from his mind. He restarted the car and stepped on the gas. Because he was delayed for a while, it was already 3 o'clock when Jiang Chen arrived at the company. Before getting off, Jiang Chen looked into the front view mirror and repeatedly confirmed that there was no residue on his face before leaving with assurance. As usual, before he went to his office, he headed straight to Xia Shiyu's office and listened to her report on the company's recent progress. At noon yesterday, Global Express had begun installing the drone logistics network in Xiangjiang. A total of 329 drone terminals will cover the whole Xinjiang region and achieve zero traffic occupancy. The Xinjiang government has seen our holographic concept map and immediately understood the benefits. In addition, the fire department and the police department of the city are consulting us on the price of the Beta 1 and Beta 2 drones and the difficulty of introduction. The Beta 1 and Beta 2 drones were firefighting and police drones respectively. The former could carry dry powder fire extinguishers into the fire, and the latter could fire rubber bullets or special 5mm bullets. They could be considered the two powerful weapons in maintaining normal order in high-dense cities. With Beta 1, there would no longer be the worry of fire trucks being blocked on the road. 10 drones were the equivalent to one truck. 20 drones could control most fires. After seeing the convenience of drones, it was not surprising that the two emergency departments became interested. Only debating about the price? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, there are major divides within the Xinjiang government about the introduction of these two drones. On the one hand, it's due to the price. On the other hand, it's due to the safety concern of the police drones. For a major city like Xinjiang, the cost of a drone logistics network would be around $200 million. But the cost of establishing a complete drone firefighting network would be almost 3 times the cost of the former. As for the drone policing network, it would be even more expensive. And security even more so. Logistics and fire safety were less of a concern, but the police drones were equipped with guns. If Future Group left a back door in this drone system, it would be a disaster. It would be impossible to introduce this system until the parties have established enough trust. Leave the problem of Xinjiang government aside, how is the little Beta 4's progress? The Beta 4 drone would be a true masterpiece launched by Future Heavy Industries. Unlike popular technologies such as firefighting, policing, and logistics, Beta 4 planned to tackle the medical field with the most innovative capabilities. It has entered the final stage of experiments. The person in charge of the lab and I spoke, and by next month, at the latest, we can have the prototype ready. Xia Xiu grinned. Jiang Chen was pleased with the positive news. Can I ask a question unrelated to work? Of course. Why are you so interested in drones? Xia Xiu pushed up her glasses and looked at him with curiosity, because drones are the future. Drones are the future. Whether in the chimerical application or in military application. In a bay in New Guinea, the raging waves slammed against the hull of the ship. Zhang Feng held tightly on the edge of the landing craft and played with the little toy in his hands. Don't break it, his comrade who sat beside him groaned jokingly. It's not that easy to break it. Zhang Feng was about to say something and a wave crashed into the landing craft, causing him to press the hummingbird drone against his chest. Cough, this is so salty. The man who sat across him spat out the water in his mouth and wiped his mouth fiercely. Focus. It's an exercise, but for us it's a war. Stare at your target, fire your trigger, and give me all you got. You hear me? Yes. Together with his comrades on the boat, Zhang Feng shouted at the top of his lung and then pulled the hummingbird drone to the front of his chest. In theory, this thing should be waterproof, but if water entered the engine, the fail rate would be very high. The exercise was associated to the bonus for next month and the month after. He didn't want to drop the ball at the most critical moment. In the air, 2 Aurora 20s whistled past and black smoke suddenly exploded on the beach. Zhang Feng skillfully opened the holographic screen on his arm, looked at the long string of dense red spots on the map, and then watched most of the red dots under the cover of 2 MXJ-11 cluster bombs instantly extinguish. An orange-colored beam pierced above the landing craft and wiped away a concrete bunker on the beach. The landing craft finally approached the shore. Zhang Feng's heart was pounding and he put one of his arms in front of his chest. The captain in the front of the landing craft had pressed the rifle on the side of the landing craft. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Open the safety. Release the drone. The soldiers on the landing craft tapped their arm against their chest. A dozen hummingbird drones popped out of their chest slots, and uniformly flew toward the beach. Looking from below, the white trails on the ocean were like sharp knives that pierced the line of defense of the imaginary enemy. The signal light turned from red to green, and the captain's roar came immediately from the bow of the landing craft. Move! Go! 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 As soon as the landing craft broke through to the shallow end, Jiang Chen released the nylon buckle that was tied to his body and rolled into the sea from the side of the landing craft. The tactical helmet marked the heat source information of the enemy units on the screen. The drone was the first to attack the beach, the soldiers followed tight behind. At the same time, the dense tracer bullets formed an orange-colored bullet net into the heavy smoke of the imaginary enemy's position. Zhang Feng's feet finally touched the beach, he then took a deep breath. The kinetic skeleton's output power was adjusted to its maximum, and he lowered his body to begin accelerating. They had practiced countless times in the virtual reality training system. The setting of the kinetic skeleton was to defend against 10 rounds of tracer bullets. 10 hits would mean disqualification. Casualty report, time, and the number of kills would all be converted into points of the team's strength according to a formula. President of Celestial Trade said at the mobilization meeting prior to the exercise that for the top 3 performing teams in each division, in addition to a special medal, they would be granted a bonus of more than $100,000 as an award. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen licked his mouth, and the rifle locked on the red spot behind the smoke. In this exercise, Team C must win. At this moment, in the command center in the faraway New Moon Island. The meeting was headed by Jiang Chen, Ivan and the others as they surrounded a holographic sand table, overlooking the three-dimensional situation of the entire battlefield. Infantries and armored vehicles marked with green dots were Celestial Trade's Marines. At the first minute of landing on the beach, the drone cluster had already broken through the enemy front and turned off the machine gun points. At the same time, the speed of the infantries was no less than the armored vehicles. With the help of the kinetic skeleton, they immediately took over the first line of defense. From deploying the landing craft to breaking the line of defense, their landing time was 5 minutes. The Marines conducted a successful landing exercise. Ivan turned around and reported to Jiang Chen. From Ivan's expression, he was proud of the achievements from the soldiers he trained. Jiang Chen looked at the image on the hologram and nodded with a smile. Accurately speaking, it was 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Looking around the world, the Marines' performance was absolutely top-notch. At this time, the communication soldier reported. Malaysian Prime Minister sent a brief. He congratulated us on the success of the exercise. At the same time, the Malaysian Prime Minister asked us what the Hummingbird drone was and how much it would cost if they were for sale. Laughter rang in the command post. The Hummingbird drone was one of the most powerful weapons of the Celestial Trade Army and was not for sale. Even the dependent nation Moro was not sold a single Hummingbird drone. Respond to the Malaysian Prime Minister. Thank them for their congratulatory words. In addition, tell him that the Hummingbird drone is not for sale. Future military directly equip the army after production and will not be put them on store shelves, Jiang Chen said with a sly tone. Yes. The soldier saluted and left the command post. Translating the response from the president into English and diplomatic rhetoric, Celestial Trade replied the Malaysian Prime Minister. After the landing exercise was over, the next exercise was battles in urban, mountain and jungle setting. Although this exercise was nominally a counter-terrorism exercise, the contents of the exercise included landing exercises, tank attacks, and infantry anti-armor exercises. In terms of scale, the equipment invested far exceeded the level of anti-terrorism. At the beginning, the Malaysian side rejected the joint military exercise proposed by Celestial Trade. Although the relationship between the two was good, a military exercise was not a joke. They must be responsible for the stability of the region. However, Jiang Chen quickly used the Green Franklin to persuade the Malaysian Prime Minister and Parliament to carry out this joint military exercise. Visible benefits were much more convincing than verbal promises. Compared to the last civil war in MLL Island, Celestial Trade's exercise had much better performance compared to last time. The frigate offered fire coverage, infantry with the drone cluster attacked the beach, armored units then landed. The entire exercise was executed smoothly and displayed Celestial Trade Marines' dual strength in penetration and annihilation. Who was the imaginary target of this military exercise is self-evident from the simulated topography. In the Country F Army Command Center, senior military officers and political figures gathered, but the room was silent. Moritz, a military advisor sent by the Freemasonry from Europe, said nothing, and the expression on his face did not reveal the thoughts in his mind. The president of Country F, Aquino IV, looked around, tightened his collar, and whispered to the assistant beside him. "Pour a glass of water for me, thank you." The assistant nodded and left the room. On the other side of the table was the newly appointed Army Marshal, Stark. He silently stared at the live broadcast of the military exercises that just ended. His fists were clenched tightly against his thighs to the point where his veins were exposed. Celestial Trade did not keep the landing exercise a secret, but rather responded to the demand of the United Nations to disclose it to Southeast Asian countries. In Stark's opinion, it was simply provocation. "Even if we showed you our cards, you still can't win." It was Celestial Trade's message. Arrogant, what about urban warfare? Moritz turned his attention to Marshal Stark. He said in a meticulous voice. "Compared with the performance of drones in landing, I'm even more worried about the performance of drones in urban warfare. The high maneuverability and flexibility of drones made them tailored to the city terrain." Although not quite familiar with this hummingbird drone, Moritz immediately saw that the drone's real stage was not on the beach but in the city. No, Aquino IV shook his head to answer the question. They only made the sensitive landing exercise public. The combat footages of urban, mountain, and jungle were not made public to the United Nations. "I protested but it was useless," Aquino IV said in a helpless tone. Marshal Stark looked to Moritz and hoped that the European military advisor could offer a countermeasure. "The odds are low, but it's not too terrible." Moritz mused for a moment and put his knuckle against his chin. Tactically, hitting a drone with a rifle in mid-range is not an easy task, but in close proximity, it's possible. Fragmented grenades and rifle grenades in mid-range could still pose threats to the drones. Strategically, signal shielding and interfering with unmanned drones and terminals would be effective, although it may cause problems in our own communication. However, it should be able to effectively counter the drone tactics of the Celestial Trade. We must make immediate adjustments to the frontline deployment. MLL Island's counterattack plan is temporarily delayed. We need more time. As far as results were concerned, the results of the joint military exercise between XIN and Malaysia were still quite outstanding. After seeing the powerful operational capabilities of Celestial Trade forces, Country F Army deployed to the Southeast Island became much more tame. However, the newly appointed president of Country F and Army Marshal obviously did not choose to back down. The Freemasonry that provided loans for the military modernization of the country had not been shaken in the slightest. The tanks and modern equipment were still sent to the island. This added more and more firewood to the already severe regional situation. But in Jiang Chen's opinion, even if more than 80,000 Country F Army troops were equipped with modern equipment, the Moro regime supported by Celestial Trade would still not lose. The cards in his hand were not just the Hummingbird drones and the Aurora 20s. If Country F dared to provoke, Celestial Trade was ready to push them back into their capital. The military exercise lasted a total of 3 days. 3 days later, Celestial Trade soldiers boarded a transport ship and set off for the port of the New Malaysian Special District. Jiang Chen personally traveled to the New Malaysia Special District. After meeting with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the ASEAN-Malaysian joint military exercise concluded on a high note. Upon his return to Coral Island, the Aerospace Science and Technology Center also had good news for him. The orbit section of the space elevator achieved a major technological breakthrough. Combined with the materials provided by Jiang Chen, the scientists of the institute had completed the design of the entire space elevator and verified the mathematical model through the quantum computer. Jiang Chen, who just landed, didn't even go home, instead he headed straight to future building. He went to see Kelvin and asked the institute's scientists to show the concept map of the project. The light blue particles were projected in the air, and the space elevator that went directly to the synchronous orbit looked like an umbrella that was propped outwards. One side was a narrow cable that ran through the stratosphere transit station, then reaching to the ground. On the other side, it was a wheel-shaped space station. As an outer orbital living and working space, it also served as a center of gravity for the space elevator to control the synchronous orbit as a counterweight. The ability for graphene trucks to withstand the force is much greater than its ability to withstand pressure, thus the risk of the trucks being crushed by their own weight is much greater than the risk of the trucks being pulled apart by its own weight. To avoid the space elevator being crushed by its own weight, our engineers came up with an idea to drop 36,000 kilometers of cable from the space station in the synchronous orbit to the ground, and at the other end of the cable to design a wheel-shaped counterweight. The center of gravity at the counterweight behind the space station would contra-rotate at a constant speed, applying an outward pull to the cable by centrifugation, avoiding the tracks to bear their own weight. At the same time, the wheel-shaped counterweight will also serve as part of the space elevator, providing extra living and work space for the space station. Kelvin was genuinely proud of the design. A year ago, graphene materials had not yet appeared, and putting forward such a design concept would undoubtedly cause laughters. It was like a crazy dream coming true. Just as when physicist Pearson proposed the concept of a space elevator in 1970, peers and the media all made unfriendly suggestions to him, go write science fiction novels instead. However, today, the design of the counterweight would surely become the standard for the construction of space elevators in the future, and Kelvin would also become one of the founding fathers of Earth's celestial era because of this design. He had every right to be proud. Although future space elevators also had a structure similar to the counterweight, the information Jiang Chen provided to the institute made no mention of the specific design. The information from the apocalypse only included the prerequisite technologies for the space elevator as well as the base station. How much will the project cost? When it came to cost, Kelvin showed a hint of embarrassment. This space elevator was good in every aspect, except for the cost. The 2050 space elevator construction plan, announced by Nippon's Dailim Construction, which would build the Sky Tree for Yodo, estimated a construction cost of $9.5 billion, which was almost 1/12 of his quote. Of course, the former's price was without any concrete proof. From the tracks to the space station, the total cost of the project is estimated to be $120 billion. No problem, I'll find some way to fund the project. Future heavy industries will adjust production capacity to fit your needs. Is it possible to start construction tomorrow? Jiang Chen's reaction was contrary to Kelvin's expectation. No hesitation. The president didn't even blink when he approved the project. It was not $1,200, but $120 billion. Kelvin lost his ability to articulate for a moment. What's the problem? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled voice. Jiang Chen's question made Kelvin return to reality. He stood there full of energy and shouted out in excitement, "No. There is no problem. We'll finish the construction." Jiang Chen was unclear why Kelvin was full of energy all of a sudden, but seeing his subordinate so motivated naturally made him very happy. He patted him on the shoulder. Then go. $120 billion was definitely not a small number for Future Group. But if the $120 billion was used to forge this key to the universe, then it would only just be a meaningless number. After the completion of the space elevator, ignoring the 120 billion number, it would be a question if Future Group would use US dollar for settlement. The aerospace industry would complete its leap from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. The cost of entering outer space would be even lower than that of the civil aviation. The original unrealistic space mining would also become a reality. The changes to civilization would be described as world-changing. And to achieve all this, only 120 billion pieces of paper would suffice. After coming out of Aerospace Institute, Jiang Chen went to Xia Shiyu's office, and communicated with her the 120 billion space elevator project. Although Jiang Chen had previously disclosed that the cost of this project may be quite astonishing, after Xia Shiyu heard the actual figure, she could do nothing but gasp for air. Do you think the company is printing money? Even if many projects make money, it will take time for us to recoup the investment. Even if Future Group's annual revenue exceeded $100 billion with the total profit close to $60 billion, it would take a year to generate the fund. Since its establishment, Future Group had been expanding its business, and the step-by-step expansion required cash in every step. Did we not open a bank? With question after question slammed on Jiang Chen's head, he rubbed his nose in embarrassment. When she heard this, she sighed helplessly and patiently explained to him. Even if we opened a bank, it does not mean that the money is free to use. Space elevator, just from the name, it won't be the kind of project that would recover investment in the short term. All the 120 billion are locked in on the same project. This can no longer be described as risky. What about borrowing money from other banks? Have you ever thought about repaying the money? Of course, I not only considered repaying the money. I also thought about whether US dollar would be worth the same when the space elevator is built. Jiang Chen responded with a confident smile despite Xia Shiyu's skepticism. Xia Shiyu was stunned, she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Just as she was about to ask why he said so, she soon realized the meaning from her economics background prior. When any kind of currency could monopolize a market, the influence of this currency would change other markets based on its relevance to other markets. To give a very simple example, oil settlement must use US dollar, which is one of the reasons that established US dollar as a hard currency in international trade. For now, there is no commodity other than oil that has had a greater impact on other markets. Because no matter what is produced, oil must be consumed directly or indirectly. If a space elevator is built, it would mean that celestial trade could monopolize the portal to space. Even if celestial trade printed money, and pointed at those papers stating that all future space trade must be settled with these papers, governments around the world must swallow and accept the fact. She uttered a sentence from her throat after a long silence, "This is too risky." But we have a lot to gain, Jiang Chen looked at Xia Shiyu, in a serious tone. The space elevator would start on schedule and future heavy industries would begin to adjust its production capacity to expand the production of graphene on Eng Island. The construction plan was to launch the material into outer space first, and after the establishment of the synchronous orbital space station, the construction of the space station as a counterweight would start simultaneously along with the tracks to ground. After the orbital section was built, it would no longer be necessary to transport materials by rocket. The graphene tracks would be used to send materials directly to space. This would significantly decrease the construction cost of the space station. In other words, the 120 billion budget may not be exhausted in the end. At present, the space elevator base station on the equator line had been built, and it looked like a Rubik's Cube from afar. For safety reasons, Celestial Trade deployed a battalion of force at the base station. Many foreign media had already smelled the wind. Future Group seemed to be ready to make headlines again in the Pacific, so they sent out their fastest reporters. However, with the media inquiries, Celestial Trade and Future Group were all silent on this issue and made no mention of the use of this giant offshore platform. However, many people already had an idea from the recent frequent space activities of Celestial Trade, but they were still unwilling to believe it. A space elevator? It would be ridiculous. Jiang Chen did not bother with the rumors on the internet, because he had more important matters to attend to. He understood possessing something he couldn't be protect will be a sin. Although the Big Five under the UN framework would not necessarily be as savage as the Victorian superpowers, the desire for the space elevator would inevitably lead to many unnecessary troubles for celestial trade. Therefore, before the completion of the space elevator, celestial trade must possess matching strength. 1 week after the military exercise ended, that is, in early June, Celestial Trade published a recruitment on its official website. From any country, anyone interested in celestial trade could download test programs in the application market of the Phantom Helmet and pass the celestial trade assessment in the form of VR games. For people that pass the test, Celestial will provide free tickets to Xian to participate in an interview. If the applicant passed the interview, they would be incorporated into Foreign Corps and become a celestial trade employee. At present, the permanent population of Penglai City had exceeded 500,000. The total population of Xian had already exceeded the 800,000 mark. With the gradual decrease in labor gap, Xian had begun to tighten its originally loose immigration policy and the number of labor visas issued. It was not as easy as it was a year ago to immigrate to Xian. No money, no education, and want to immigrate? Then go become a soldier. According to the conscription policy of celestial trade, Xian enacted the Foreign Corps Act. Any foreign employee engaged in a military-related industry in Xian country would be able to acquire its nationality and become a Xian citizen after serving for 3 years. For foreign soldiers killed during their service or have served for 5 years, immediate family members would obtain Xian nationality. When the recruitment for celestial trade was announced, it harvested tens of thousands of resumes from all over the world. Many people came there not for the paycheck, but to obtain the immigration qualification. When it came to immigration, an interesting phenomenon must be mentioned. Since the completion of Penglai City, the number of immigrants from Europe increased substantially. They were not refugees, but the reasons for immigration were more or less due to refugees. Since the EU adopted a high-pressure policy on refugees, it completely ignited the contradictions buried in European society. In the long run, this may allow Europe to escape the danger of greening in the future, but in the short term it would undoubtedly exacerbate social unrest. There were terrorism attacks every month in many cities. Most cities had announced a state of emergency. The high-welfare Europe was no longer the immigration paradise, and developing countries with good economic growth became the first choice for European immigrants. Perhaps because of the relatively cold nature of Western Europe, Xian lactating on the edge of the equator line was particularly favored by European immigrants. In particular, immigrants from Frankfurt and France had brought a large number of new and high-tech talents to Xian. Among them were experts in the electronics, robotics, artificial intelligence, and other fields, and contributed greatly in the growth of the country. The construction of the space elevator was in full swing. Keeping the rhythm of 1 rocket per day, Celestial Trade Aerospace Institute had turned rocket launch into a daily activity, launching 24 tons of loads every day. All RM-320 engines were produced by an industrial 3D printer. They all just rolled off the production line and were immediately shipped to the rocket launch site to be assembled. In an interview with the media, employees at the institute even jokingly stated, "We have successfully transformed the space industry into an assembly line." However, when Kelvin sent the budget to Jiang Chen's desk, Jiang Chen could only groan. 4 million a day, 14.6 billion a year. It was merely the cost of transporting materials to outer space. However, the more expensive, the more reason to invest. At the beginning of the year, Jiang Chen had already allocated $50 billion to celestial trade. After the completion of the research and development of the space elevator, there were still more than $40 billion in savings. Future Bank received a loan of $20 billion and $30 billion through B City Bank and Morgan Stanley respectively. The loan used the shares of Future Group as collateral and had a repayment period of 5 years and an annual interest rate of 6%. It must be said that the shares of Future Group remained attractive to the UA consortium. When Jiang Chen and Loki began to discuss loans, the old fox was hesitant in the beginning, saying that the amount was too large. When he heard that Jiang Chen was willing to use the shares of Future Group as collateral, all the hesitation disappeared. Loki wished he could lend more to Jiang Chen, and become the largest shareholder if Jiang Chen could not repay the loan. However, after some hesitation, Jiang Chen didn't do that in the end. No matter what, they were allies, Jiang Chen wouldn't want to put them in such a miserable situation. So, after going to be City Consortium, Jiang Chen went on to find another major shareholder of the Fed, the core of WASP Consortium, Morgan Stanley. When Jiang Chen went to Morgan Stanley, he also used shares as the bait. Just as he expected, after they stated that they would debate this matter. The next day they contacted Jiang Chen stating that the $30 billion loan was a go. The reason why Morgan Stanley and B Citibank were so diligent was simply because they did not believe Jiang Chen could afford to repay the loan. Through multiple sources of intelligence, they all indicated Future Group was wasting large amounts of money on aerospace projects. The analysts at Morgan Stanley and First B Citibank unanimously agreed that the tens of billions of dollars of loans would be invested in aerospace projects. They sentient on the street was that aerospace projects are a bottomless pit. Even SpaceX, an outstanding private space company, was unable to earn more than half of its profits by relying on contracts from NASA and the Department of Defense. It was impossible to sustain an aerospace enterprise simply by launching commercial projects. Although the economic growth rate of ASEAN was fast, it was a small country after all. How much of its annual finance budget could be put into space projects? Just relying on Russia's outsourced International Space Station refueling project would be enough just for sustainment. If it really made money, why would Russia let them do it? Therefore, Morgan Stanley and First B Citibank unanimously believed that Future Group would never be able to recover its investment costs within 5 years, and Jiang Chen could only repay debt through shares. However, will Jiang Chen make their plan come true? On the day of the space elevator completion, Future Group would launch its attack on the US dollar. It was almost 2 weeks since Natasha moved into the mansion. After 2 weeks of time together, Jiang Chen was used to the Russian girl. If there were still things he was unaccustomed to, those were probably not being able to return to their home after work and freely have fun with the lovely Aisha in the gym, bathroom, and balcony. And when he visited the apocalypse to see Sun Jiao and Yao Yao, he must lock the bedroom door. However, the opportunity was still there. After all, Natasha didn't stay at home all day. As a security guard at the embassy, she was not like Jiang Chen, who worked based on his mood and the weather. Even if there was a typhoon in Koro Island, she still must be at Embassy Street at 7 o'clock every day. On the 6th of June, the Kremlin finally agreed to Jiang Chen's proposal for person to exchange for information. Since Frankberg's newly elected party came in power, Frankberg, Russia's largest economic partner in Europe, immediately changed its original soft attitude towards Russia and became a staunch supporter of the Southern Corridor program, that is, expanding the investment of Azerbaijan pipeline to Europe and seeking new sources of natural gas from south of the Caspian Sea to the Middle East. If the Southern Corridor project is successful, it would shake up the European energy map and completely change the EU's energy constraints on Russia. This would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Russia. The unaccounted Merkel most likely ended in a tragic fate, and the former Deputy Prime Minister Evelyn had become Russia's hope. And Evelyn himself and his party, Christian Democratic Union, acted as one of the best pro-Russian governments in Europe. This could be clearly seen through Merkel's series of statements related to the approval of lifting sanctions against Russia and the acceptance of Crimea to Russia. And compared to ASEAN that was separated by tens of thousands of miles, Moscow, which is closer to Europe, could indeed provide better support for Evelyn. So Jiang Chen made the right bet. Evelyn was indeed a heavy bargaining chip for Russia. On the other hand, the increasingly tense situation in Turkey had actually stimulated Russia's nerves. From the Willy Society's presence in the past civil war to the present intervention of Freemasonry interfering in the Turkish coup, the Kremlin finally realized the danger of this organization. Russia was in need of allies on the Freemasonry issue. It was undoubtedly that XIN, also threatened by the Freemasonry, would be a good choice. A total of 34.7 gigabytes of data on record with all the information from the World War II to the current KGB investigations of the Freemasonry. All of it is in the USB flash drive. Natasha waved the USB in her hand and smiled. While lying on the sofa, she said, "Shouldn't you do something to thank me? Endless vodka. Although I feel like you haven't been polite when you raided my fridge." Jiang Chen mocked her and reached for the USB. "How is the situation in Country F? I heard that the Freemasonry sent Colonel Moritz from Europe as a military advisor for the Country F army. That guy is certainly a spicy character." Natasha grinned. "Is he?" Jiang Chen smiled without denying or agreeing and put the USB into his pocket. "It's the same for me. I admire your confidence, but you must not underestimate your enemy," Natasha warned. "I also heard that you and the UA-WASP consortium are very close, but I have to remind you, don't treat yourself as their ally. They may dislike Jews, but they do not like anyone outside of the Anglo-Saxons." After hearing this sentence, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. "Do you need to remind me? There is no real ally in international politics. The Diva vodka you drank last Christmas was gifted by Rothschild, the head of Freemasonry." Jiang Chen decided to join forces with the Russians and WASP consortium to take out the Jewish consortium that exerted a tremendous amount of influence in Europe and North America. After defeating the biggest boss known as the Freemasonry, he planned to bring the Russians to board to eliminate the WASP that shorted the Russian ruble. Half of Fed's shareholders would then be in shambles. When the space elevator is completed, future groups' attack on the dollar would be much easier to execute. In the darkness of the night, Natasha had already fallen asleep. After Aisha confirmed this, she walked softly into Jiang Chen's office. Jiang Chen was sitting at the table, and through the holographic screen projected by the watch, he turned to look at the information about the Freemasonry exchanged for Evelyn from Russia. After receiving the information from Natasha, he scanned all the data to the wristwatch and handed it to Jean for sorting and sharing to all the ghost agents with permission. In the materials, Jiang Chen accidentally saw many unbelievable secrets. Including Kennedy's death, including the Iran-Iraq War, the Freemasonry seemed to be behind all of these. Just like the Rothschild was far more than Carmen and Lafite winery revealed in the public, the Freemasonry hide their strength in the underworld. What Jiang Chen has seen and what the KGB has investigated may be just the tip of the iceberg. Freemasonry was by no means a pure secretive religious organization, but a highly institutionalized organization. However, what surpassed Jiang Chen the most was not their great achievements in the modern times, but the action plan that was collected by the KGB. The first step is to establish a Jewish-led world order. The second step is to reduce the world population plan by means of vaccines, artificial viruses, and genetic weapons, and control the global population to within 500 million. The third step is to rule the world with a small population that enjoys the world's natural resources and realizes the mythological Eden, just like a novel. Jiang Chen shook his head and minimized the holographic image projected on the wristwatch and slid it to the side. No matter from which point of view, this piece of information was a bit too inconceivable. However, the KGB also made an annotation under this piece of information that it was just a speculation based on limited intelligence, rather than a fact that can be supported by evidence. However, the one thing Jiang Chen cared about was a series of NATO's military operations, codenamed Shipwreck, against the Somali warlords that covered up Kurofun members. Nearly 6 months had passed, however, NATO has still not withdrawn from the infected area. Or, the military contractor responsible for maintaining local order had not withdrawn from the infected area. Could it be? He suddenly came up with a terrifying hypothesis as his eyes narrowed. Aisha, Jiang Chen looked at Aisha, who had been standing beside him. Sent a ghost agent to Somalia to find out who is the military contractor maintaining the order and who are the shareholders behind them. Apart from implementing the UN law, what else are they doing in the area? Yes. Aisha replied softly and turned to leave. Boo! Then, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped her. Wait. Is there anything else? Aisha turned and bowed her head in confusion. It's already so late. You can give the order tomorrow. The moonlight gradually climbed onto the treetops, and the lamp in the office that had been lit for a long time was not extinguished until deep into the night. Early the next morning, Evelyn boarded the plane to Russia and headed to Moscow for political asylum. Before leaving, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chen and stated that when he takes office, he would certainly make his own contribution to the friendly relations between Frankfurt and Xi'an. Jiang Chen just smiled at the blank check Evelyn had given him and didn't think too much into it. To be honest, he did not think that before the collapse of the Freemasonry, the former deputy prime minister would have any opportunity to revitalize the party and regain control of Frankfurt from the New Choice Party. From the BR incident to the New Choice Party taking office, the Rothschild family had obviously been carefully planning each move. Now that Frankfurt was not the Frankfurt 2 years ago, the issue of refugees had made the whole European public's opinion lean right. There was no chance of winning the election just relying on Evelyn alone. A ghost agent had already departed to Somalia, and the military modernization construction in Moro was also in full swing. Before the Freemasonry played their next card, Jiang Chen could only hold his cards and wait for the next step. Uncertainty aside, in order to fill the bottomless space project, making money became his focus. Recently, future technology has finally completed the development of VR City. With high expectations from many, it would enter the VR application market. The social media platform called VR City would allow users to DIY their own private virtual space and own their own property in a virtual city. In terms of virtual shopping and other functions, VR City would be linked with VR Store. When users purchase virtual goods, they could directly purchase one copy of the virtual goods if they were satisfied with the products. In addition, VR City also allowed users to meet new people through the quests scattered throughout the city, which would be a great tool for the needs to socialize. As expected, VR City was well received by users since its launch. Not all VR users like the fantasy-style online adventures of Godly Land. The emergence of VR City filled the blank in leisure games, making the entertainment of the virtual reality network more diverse. Although there were also games produced by other companies in the VR application market, compared to future technology, these latecomers were lagging behind. And limited by factors such as servers, games developed by these developers all stop at the online level. However, among game studios, a number of competitive products were emerging. For example, Microsoft's MGS Game Studio's leading game, Minecraft. This phenomenon IP performed extraordinarily on the VR platform despite the pixel style. Prior to the advent of VR City, Minecraft was at the top of the chart among casual-style games. Yes, before VR City appeared. Even this game lost to Future Group's brand influence and technical excellence. As of noon today, the data provided to me by Future Technology showed that the number of registered users of VR City has exceeded 50 million and is expected to exceed the 100 million mark before the end of the month. Reporting to Jiang Chen in the office, even the usually collected Xia Xiu showed some excitement. In just 1 week, the number of users already exceeded 50 million. The outstanding performance was indeed something to be proud of. If the coup can't end in a day, it will undoubtedly evolve into a civil war. More than 2 weeks ago, the Turkish military launched a coup in Istanbul. A F-16 suddenly changed course when completing a routine mission. It flew over Istanbul and opened fire on the presidential palace. However, Erdogan temporarily changed his itinerary and wasn't in the presidential palace. He was fortunate enough to escape the attack. The rogue F-16 was immediately tracked down by ground-based air defense system and was shot down in northern Istanbul. After learning about the army's coup, Erdogan immediately convened a Supreme Military Council meeting and ruled out the newly established presidential guards who promised allegiance to him personally after 2016. He arrested coup participants and surrounded the 14th Mechanical Brigade suspected of participating in the coup. The 15th Infantry Brigade and the 31st Armored Brigade exchanged fire with the 14th Mechanical Brigade in the western part of Istanbul, forcing the 14th Mechanical Brigade to retreat in the direction of Samantra and were eliminated during the retreat. At the same time, 4 armored brigades and 2 mechanical brigades stationed in southwestern Istanbul announced support for the coup. They called the insurgents of Istanbul their compatriots, vowed to overthrow Erdogan's rule and advance Turkey's secularization process. The spark of a coup ignited the flame of civil war. The two sides fought fiercely in the southwestern region of Turkey. Planes hurled shells over cities and towns. Nobody expected this coup to evolve into a fierce civil war. However, for some people, all this was expected. At the moment, in the mountain range of southeastern Turkey, a city called Batman was under the control of anti-government forces. At the airport in the north, a C-5 Galaxy transporter under the veil of night crossed the Turkey-Iraq border and landed on the flashing runway. The aircraft landed and the hatches opened. Tank guns pointing straight ahead remained in the cabin. Several soldiers waiting at the airport stepped forward and carefully transported the equipment out of the transporter. An officer dressed in desert camouflage came out of the cabin, accompanied by 2 bodyguards to see the chief of the 22nd Armored Brigade, Kolb. Kolb saluted the officer. After the latter saluted back, they both approached the airport. 3 M1A2 main battle tanks, 40 tons of munition supplies. There are still 40 M1A2s coming in from the Iraqi border. You must maintain control of this corridor to Iraq unless you want to lose supplies, walking beside Kolb, Colonel Bertrand from Europe said quietly. Count on me. Kolb solemnly nodded. The soldiers of the 22nd Armored Brigade will never give up Batman to Erdogan's government. The size of Turkey's land forces was the second in NATO, but only in terms of scale. The tanks of the armored units were dominated by the M60 in the Cold War, supplemented by German Leopard 1 tanks and even M24, which served in World War II. There were 2 such ancient vehicles in the 22nd Armored Brigade. With help from the M1A2s, the disadvantage faced by the 22nd Armored Brigade would be reversed. The secularization of Turkey depends on you. Colonel Bertrand patted his shoulder and sternly said, if necessary, you can seek help from the Kurds, they're all natural-born warriors. As long as independence is used as bait, they won't miss out on this opportunity. Kolb frowned after hearing the sentence. Kurds. I don't trust them. If you want to win this war, you must trust them. Looking at the Turkish officer without any expression, Colonel Bertrand said, even if they're pagans, it's fine as long as they can be used by me. They're our allies. It's the decision made by Freemasonry, you should understand what I mean. Kolb held his breath. Of course he understood Colonel Bertrand. If this was a decision made by the Freemasonry, then the brigade commander of a rebel force certainly couldn't question the decision. In addition, volunteers from Europe will join this war. By then, our people will enter the Iraqi border with UA equipment. The UA's position will be very awkward, or rather, the Hill government will be put in a very awkward position. NATO's fighter planes won't help Turkey bomb its own people, even if they're the country's criminals. Do you understand what I mean? Kolb swallowed and nodded. I understand. As long as you understand. Bertrand spoke briefly, then adjusted his hat and looked in the direction of the C-5. The soldiers of the 22nd Brigade completed the unloading. The tanker was testing the equipment in an open space not far away. Tomorrow, the 3 M1A2s would appear on the front lines of the crossfire and become a nightmare for the opposing 27th Armored Brigade. In the distance, the tracer flew in the air, and gunfire decorated the night sky, creating an unnatural mixture of purple and red. Kolb looked toward the other side. He suddenly felt that the sky was like the future of the Ottoman Empire, dark and without any direction. The 22nd Armored Brigade stationed in the Batman area launched a counterattack on the Turkish 27th and 29th Armored Brigades yesterday evening. Prior to this, outsiders always believed the 22nd Armored Battalion supply was exhausted and could no longer resist Turkish government forces. However, the counterattack shocked the world, and the 22nd Armored Brigade didn't regress but even used the M1A2 tank. Regarding the appearance of UA equipment in the hands of anti-government forces, Erdogan expressed strong condemnation and called it a betrayal, while the capital said that although the tank is UA-based, its source was not from their country. Hill visited Istanbul and started talks with Erdogan in an attempt to appease the Turkish sentiment. Some analysts say the coup in Turkey may cause the UA to find itself in a dilemma. BBC News Live. In the morning, Jiang Chen turned on the international news channel as always. While enjoying food from Aisha, he watched the lively global community. Natasha walked over with her own plate and sat next to Jiang Chen, across from Aisha. Is it interesting to watch the news? Of course it's interesting. Jiang Chen smiled and used a fork to separate an egg, punctured the delicate egg yolk and spread it evenly on the bread. Someone once told me that Obama and Hill both belonged to the Democratic Party, but the former was part of the Jewish consortium, while the latter was from an anti-Semitic consortium. The KGB apparently heard about this news. Natasha's expression didn't show any surprise. Instead, she licked her red lips slightly and joked, "Your way of eating is quite interesting." I think so too. After all, forks are just not as useful as chopsticks. I'll occasionally try different ways of eating. Aisha, can you pass me the honey? Aha. Aisha bit the bread, put down the fork and freed her right hand to pass the jar of honey to Jiang Chen. On the TV, the report about Turkey ended and the next report was an alert. An image of Vir City, the latest product from future technology, appeared. At the same time, Jiang Chen said, "What are you going to say to me? Why do you think I have something to say?" Natasha looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Because it's already 8 o'clock, Jiang Chen pointed at the clock on the wall with a smile. If I remember correctly, you should have gone to work at 7 o'clock. After Jiang Chen pointed this out, Natasha put down the knife and fork in her hands. Yes, I do have something to discuss with you. Are you interested in selling drones to Russia? Sure enough, Jiang Chen already anticipated that when Celestial Trade showed off the Hummingbird drone in the ASEAN-Malaysia joint military exercise, there would certainly be interest in the flexible support equipment. The mobility and intelligence the drones offered would simply be nightmares for all soft targets. Actually, not only ASEAN, but the Navy SEALs and Alpha Special Forces had all equipped similar individual drones. However, those propeller drones obviously weren't comparable to the Hummingbird's aerodynamic engine. The Hummingbird drones aren't for sale, Jiang Chen said without hesitation, the sale is non-negotiable. Future military will only complete orders for Celestial Trade. I'm afraid this answer will disappoint you. I expected you to say that. Natasha shrugged. So I didn't intend to ask about the Hummingbird drone. What were you referring to then? Jiang Chen looked at her. We're very interested in the Beta 3 drone, that is, the drone logistics network you built in Xinjiang, said Natasha. Russia's delivery market isn't developed. We also didn't plan on using the Beta 3 for delivery, Natasha said, staring at Jiang Chen. The logistics needs aren't just limited to deliveries. The Beta 3's all-terrain transportation capabilities can be fully utilized on the front lines, such as for sending ammunition and supplies to deployed soldiers. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen expressed his sincere feelings. The person who came up with this idea is a genius. To be honest, Jiang Chen sometimes felt puzzled. Every time he introduced an incredible piece of technology, there was always someone who took the hassle to dig deeper into its military value for him. Using the drone logistics network for providing frontline supplies was something he never considered. But then again, using Beta 3 drones for supplies offered little significance to celestial soldiers. Because of the existence of kinetic skeletons, each soldier could carry weights 3 to 5 times more than that of soldiers from other countries. With the penetration speed of celestial trade soldiers, there was no need for replenishment. "Give me a price," Natasha said, smiling. The drone terminals could be mounted on infantry vehicles. The drones could be used to supply soldiers who are dispersed in combat. If necessary, they can also tie explosives and fly towards enemies. Nice, this method is indeed feasible. Jiang Chen carefully thought about the possibility. Beta 3 had a load capacity of about 2 to 3 kilograms. Through technical upgrading, at the expense of the range, it should be no problem to raise its load capacity to 5 kilograms. As for the large Beta drone control terminals deployed in the delivery network of Xiangjiang, it was technically feasible to reduce them to small-sized vehicle terminals that could control 10 to 20 drones. $500,000 for 20 drones and supporting vehicle-mounted drone terminals, Jiang Chen said. Natasha's eyebrows raised and she coughed. This quote is a bit too expensive. I remember that the cost of laying a drone logistics network in Xiangjiang was around $200 million, and 50,000 drones were equipped. So the average drone was only $4,000. $500,000 for 20 drones, why don't you just go rob a bank? It's $500,000 for 20 drones and the supporting terminals. Jiang Chen emphasized the word terminal and watched Natasha quietly. Then he said, the price of the terminal is much higher than that of the drone itself. After all, it's not just a random computer that can provide data processing services for drones. Can you go any cheaper? Natasha pretended to be pitiful, but Jiang Chen insisted on his own price. No. We have to specifically design a portable Beta drone terminal for you. We can't go any cheaper. Jiang Chen shook his head again and again. Of course, he could offer a lower price, but how would he earn money? The cost of 20 drones and terminals was only $100,000, but since the equipment was intended to be exported in a monopoly, it would be a shame not to scam them. After some bargaining, Jiang Chen eventually agreed to a 10% discount, setting the price of the devices at $450,000. The specific agreement would be brought by Natasha after work. Before going to work, she repeatedly pestered Jiang Chen not to change his mind. Jiang Chen tried his hardest not to laugh. After she left, he finally burst out laughing. Future Military was formed a month ago, yet they were already receiving international contracts. $450,000 per set, excluding the costs, he would earn $350,000. Even if just 1/10 of the military vehicles in the Russian army were upgraded with the drone supply system, it would be a profit of $700 million. How could Jiang Chen not be happy? The arms business was really too profitable. Jiang Chen made up his mind and would contact the Liu family in Hua and ask them if they would be interested in this Beta drone supply system. Compared to the poor polar bears, they were the wealthy ones. The international influence of Future Group now made it unnecessary for him to worry about the implications behind the arms business. After confirming this matter, Jiang Chen helped Aisha clean up the dishes, then he went to Future Building. After work, Natasha placed an arms purchase agreement in front of him. She smiled and watched him sign his own name. She received countless praise from her superior for helping the Russian Ministry of Defense save a lot of money. Only the caring voice of her boss made her feel a little enraged, as if she used sex to persuade Jiang Chen to provide a discount. After signing the contract, Jiang Chen went to the office and dialed the Liu family's number. Liu Xianghua immediately expressed great interest after he listened to Jiang Chen's proposal. However, after all, he wasn't a man of the military system and couldn't make rushed decisions on matters like this. After stating that further discussion were necessary, the old fox hung up. Drones brought him lots of good news the entire day. However, at that time, the ghost agents brought him some bad news. The UA is currently developing a vehicle-mounted anti-drone device that's currently being bid on by two arms companies. Raytheon's design proposal is to eliminate drone targets through directed energy weapons, similar to a simplified version of the experimental laser anti-missile system. Lockheed Martin's design proposal is to block communications between drones and terminals in the target area by targeting all-channel interference technology and setting up no-fly zones for drones, Aisha reported to Jiang Chen the intelligence collected by the ghost agents stationed in UA. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. After the birth of any weapon, people would inevitably think about how to counter such weapons. Raytheon's plan was costly, but it was undoubtedly more effective because anti-drone equipment in the apocalypse basically relied on faster and more accurate directed energy weapons, and regional EMP weapons didn't exist in the modern world. As for the latter Lockheed Martin proposal, it used the common internationally used method, but it wasn't effective for Hummingbird and Beta series drones. Although they relied on data processing and remote control from the terminal, the Hummingbird or Beta drones had built-in AI programs. Even in an offline setting, scheduled missions could be completed and they would return to their terminals. Lockheed Martin's full-channel interference technology was a flashbang at most. Although it could cause trouble for celestial trade, it couldn't completely make drones lose their combat effectiveness. If you interfere with radio, can't we just design anti-radio interference? Before the war in the apocalypse, anti-radio interference was the basic equipment for electronic warfare. Personally, Jiang Chen still very much hoped that Lockheed Martin would win the bid. So he thought, should I help them out? Arlington County, Virginia, southwest of Washington, D.C., housed the Pentagon, the largest single-office building in the world. This was the heart of the UA Army, Air Force, and Navy, and it dispatched the 1,245 military bases operating around the world. At that moment, in a spacious office, the Department of Defense's Purchasing and Procurement Policy Bureau, Schneider-Weiser, was staring at two documents in front of a desk with a frown, while he tapped on the table restlessly. XIN's large-scale measures to equip intelligent drones, as well as the performance of the Hummingbird drones in military exercises, attracted the attention of the Department of Defense. The UA's Secretary of Defense came to talk to him a week ago and hoped he would contact the arms company that had a relationship with the military, with the goal to bid on a weapon similar to the Hummingbird drone along equipment to effectively counter this type of drone. This kind of equipment should be portable and adaptable to all terrains, especially in cities, where drones would be the most effective. There were two companies involved in the bidding process, one was Raytheon and the other was Lockheed Martin. The two arms companies both came from an influential background. The former was the holding company of the Boston Financial Group, and the latter belonged to the California Consortium. One was expensive but reliable, and the other was cheap but there were many uncertainties. However, in the end, they had no way of knowing whether or not the Hummingbird drones could be disrupted from radio interference at this point. His assistant came in and placed a newspaper on his desk. Schneider looked at his assistant with a puzzled look and picked up the Washington Post. He frowned slightly at the headline that was highlighted. The Russians chose the Beta 3B military supply drone instead of the Hummingbird drone when negotiating with future heavy industries in the arms agreement to support infantry front-line operations. According to an informed source who wished to remain anonymous, the reason why Russia cancelled the Hummingbird drone purchase plan was because Hummingbird drones had loopholes in their security. When we tested the operational performance of the Hummingbird drone, we found that the Hummingbird wasn't as powerful as we believed. At least in its performance against an anti-drone machine gun, it was extremely clumsy. Strictly speaking, anti-drone machine guns weren't firearms but were individual portable wave-type weapons. These kinds of weapons were under study by all countries. As early as a few years ago, the West Point Military Academy developed a special anti-drone machine gun. In front of the Minister of National Defense, it successfully forced a drone to land. And the cost was only $150. In principle, Lockheed Martin's design scheme was similar to this anti-drone machine gun. The same technique of radio interference was adopted, except that the latter had a wider interference area and the interference effect was stronger. Schneider immediately jumped up the second he read the report, "Contact Lockheed Martin. The Department of Defense needs a more detailed design plan, as well as a quote. Give them 3 days. I need to discuss with the other department officials." "Yes." His assistant nodded and immediately got on task. Looking at the newspaper, Schneider rubbed his fingers repeatedly. "Hummingbird drone, right? Then the name of our military development project will be named B-Catch. No. Let's call it Fly Trap. Your hummingbird will fly like a headless fly under our equipment." Lockheed Martin successfully bid for the project codenamed Project Fly Trap. When Aisha told Jiang Chen about this news, Jiang Chen was so happy that he stood up and gave her a hard peck on the face. They thought Russia cancelled their purchase of the hummingbird drones. Celestial Trade never planned to sell them from the very beginning. As for the so-called someone who wished to remain anonymous, it was entirely a ploy played by the Russian side. The price of this ploy was to first supply Russia with 5 drone terminals and the companion Beta 3B drones. At a price of only $1.75 million, Jiang Chen was able to afford this. Letting go of the flushed Aisha, Jiang Chen walked back and forth several times in his office and waved his fists with excitement. If Lockheed Martin makes a successful bid, the Country F Army will very likely be its first buyer. By then, if Country F tears up the ceasefire agreement, the effectiveness of the so-called anti-drone equipment will be worse than water guns. Lockheed Martin was unlikely to get a sample of a Hummingbird drone. It could only use the Beta series drones that had already been marketed as targets for testing weapons. Undoubtedly, this weapon could certainly interfere with civil drones. However, unfortunately, the Hummingbird drone used a completely different technology than the Beta series drone. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen went to Ange Island. The task he assigned to Zhong Wei, the head of Ange Island Industrial Park, was already in the process of implementation. The separation of future military from future heavy industrial would help future heavy industrial better participate in the international market. At the same time, it would also encourage specialization of military production. The next 4 square kilometers of land had been zoned to the park. A Hummingbird drone assembly plant and a small turbine engine production plant had been built. According to Zhong Wei's submitted production plan, a series of armored vehicles and tank assembly plants would be added later. The newly established subsidiary Future Military would be led by CEO Ling Tao, a native of Koro Island. Jiang Chen only had one task assigned to him, which was to strive to achieve local production for even buttons on soldiers' military uniforms. Any projects involving Celestial Trade Army that were once outsourced to overseas companies had to all be reclaimed. After inspecting the factory in Ange, Jiang Chen was preparing to return to Future Building, but then, President Zhang Yaping called him. After picking up, Jiang Chen put the Bluetooth headset on. "Hey. What's up? Are you free now? Can you come?" "Whatever, I'll come and see you." "It's okay, I'm heading out. I'll make a trip to the presidential palace." "Is anything the matter?" Jiang Chen noticed Mr. President's voice was a little weary. "It's not a nuisance, just a little problem. Well, it might be difficult to explain on the phone." "I'll wait for your arrival," Zhang Yaping said. "Okay, give me half an hour." Zhang Yaping phoned Jiang Chen's personal mobile phone. The two weren't using an encrypted line and it was inconvenient to discuss important matters. After understanding this point, Jiang Chen hung up and asked Aisha to drive to the harbor. Before heading to Future Building, he wanted to hear the troubles encountered by the president of Xi'an. "I received at least 13 protests this month. Some were from private companies, some were from different countries and some were from the United Nations." Zhang Yaping threw a stack of documents on the coffee table. He sighed as he sat across from Jiang Chen. "They're about the space activities of Celestial Trade." "The reason they protested?" Unlike Zhang Yaping, who was having a headache, Jiang Chen leaned back on the couch and smiled. The orbit. Zhang Yaping said, they believe the engineering activities of celestial trade in the synchronous orbit has seriously threatened the satellites that are in the synchronous orbit. The synchronous orbit has a perimeter of more than 220,000 kilometers. I think this kind of protest is entirely unreasonable. The legal area we enjoy in outer space is at least as large as our national territory, including our territorial waters. Jiang Chen said indifferently. I think so too, and I also responded to the protesters. Zhang Yaping sighed. However, the inquiry letter from the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs is a bit of a hassle. They worry that our worksite will eventually turn into space debris because of malfunctions and cause serious accidents. The Office for Outer Space Affairs hopes we can at least explain the scope of the project to eliminate the concerns of various governments. The assistant walked over and made 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee, then sensibly left the president's office. After the assistant left, Jiang Chen moved closer to the coffee table and lowered his voice. Shall I teach you what to do? I would love to hear it. Zhang Yaping shrugged helplessly. One word, drag. Drag? Yes, drag it on. Jiang Chen lifted his coffee cup with a grin and took a sip before he continued. Say that we'll cooperate with the investigation while using various policies and regulations to block their procedures. The UN's procedures are counted by the year, so if you drag it on for a year or 2, our people will be done up there. 1 or 2 years. Zhang Yaping looked surprised. As the president of XIN, he knew some information about the space elevator program. Judging from the engineering details Jiang Chen disclosed to him, this didn't look like a short-term project. Jiang Chen put down the empty coffee cup and held up 2 fingers. 2 years at the most. Our elevator will be completed in 2 years and will lead the new international order. You just need to cooperate with me and quietly wait through this most critical period. After receiving a positive reply from President Zhang Yaping, Jiang Chen left the presidential palace with a satisfied smile. The next day, XIN replied to the United Nations, saying that would cooperate with the United Nations investigation to prepare relevant procedures for observers of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. According to the laws of XIN, this process would take 2 work months to prepare. Yes, 2 work months, not workdays. The efficiency of XIN's operations made the United Nations drop their jaws. After arriving in XIN, these UN observers were unable to start work because the required documents weren't approved yet. As for 2 months later, Celestial Trade would prepare 2 trucks worth of documents for these observers to review. The storm caused by construction in outer space was set aside. The investigation Jiang Chen asked Aisha received results. According to information reported by the ghost agents in Somalia, the military contractor responsible for maintaining order in the Belem region of Somalia was Arrow, registered on Madagascar Island. Old rival. It wasn't the first time Jiang Chen heard the name Arrow. Everything from the first attempted kidnapping on Koro Island to the attack in the Antarctic was committed by this private military contractor registered in the southern African island state. There was no need to investigate the shareholders behind it. There was already conclusive evidence that this company was a chess piece for Freemasonry. As early as the kidnapping conducted by Country F, XIN protested to the Republic of Madagascar through diplomatic channels. However, the answer was quite ambiguous, and the local government and central government both acted indifferently toward Arrow. Just as Celestial Trade controlled the order of XIN, Arrow, also in the form of exchange of interests, dictated the politics and economy in the Republic of Madagascar. As one of the most underdeveloped regions in the world, the Rothschild family already bought the place. To avoid necessary problems after the fact, Celestial Trade didn't pursue its follow-up responsibilities but only punished the perpetrator behind this attack. Looking back on this matter now, the attack wasn't so simple. At the time, Freemasonry already had Jiang Chen on their mind. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice it at that time. He simply categorized the kidnapping as a retaliatory action of country F. What are they doing? Jiang Chen asked Aisha. Keynes Pharmaceuticals, a company that invested $5 million in the Belvedere area, established a pharmaceutical factory for the production of drugs such as penicillin and the hepatitis B vaccine needed for Somali refugees, and assisted the United Nations with humanitarian assistance, but we found something else at their pharmaceutical factory. Aisha stood at the desk and held out her hand. She waved it over the desk and switched on the holographic screen. It was a warehouse. From the angle, the footage looked like it was taken by a drone from a high point of view. In the yard, one could see people in sanitary suits and security guards with bulletproof vests. There were a few Somalians not far from the door, and they seemed to be waiting for something. This is... Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Keynes Pharmaceuticals' warehouse in the Belvedere area, but after our investigation, we found out that this was a laboratory. In addition, our people searched the archives of the Somali Ministry of Commerce and this laboratory didn't file a record. Aisha reached out and switched to the next picture. This is a picture taken after our drone approached. In the picture, Keynes Pharmaceuticals researchers are testing experimenters' blood. And then, after our investigation, these participants were revealed to have a common characteristic. Aisha looked at Jiang Chen and said in a tone of certainty, they're survivors of the TT virus outbreak in the region. They're researching the vaccine for the TT virus? No. It's something we already developed. Jiang Chen frowned. On April 13, a special piece of equipment was unloaded from the port of Mogadishu, Somalia, and left a record at customs. Our agents discovered this equipment and found it was a gene sequencing device from Germany, genetically sequenced for the survivors of the T virus. Jiang Chen's fingers tapped on the table. It was quiet in the office. Aisha reached out and turned off the screen, quietly waiting for Jiang Chen's command. After a long time, Jiang Chen said, keep an eye on them. Try to get their research results without attracting their attention. I want to know what Freemasonry is really planning to do. On southern shore of Enge Island, there was a special astronaut training center. The 700-acre site occupied a jagged cliff at the southern tip of Enge Island. 1/3 of the facilities were on the surface, while 2/3 of the facilities were located in the sea. The graphene compartment enclosed a 400-acre sink in the sea. The seawater in the tank wasn't exchanged with external seawater and was partitioned into 2 blocks by the graphene barrier. By changing the salinity of the salt water in the district, the buoyancy of seawater could be compensated by gravity to simulate a weightless environment in space and the low-gravity environment on the Moon's surface. Underwater facilities included simulated space stations, space living areas, experimental cabins, and core cabins. The training program covered a total of 437 space activities ranging from spacewalking to core cabin work to operating a workboat to complete the recovery of space debris. 103 of these projects were open to the public. Both Xi'an citizens and foreign tourists could enter the site, while the remaining 335 projects had a level of confidentiality in which only training staff could participate. The venue was open to the public free of charge on Saturdays and Sundays. Aside from parents with their children, visitors included public schools who organized social activities. The admission fees were low. Travelers who came to visit Xi'an could also experience feeling weightless by holding a tourist passport and paying a $100 admission fee. However, considering the expensive price of spacesuits, only trained staff could wear them. Other visitors, however, had to use a simulation spacesuit to experience the space environment. The entire training center invested a total of $2.5 billion. As one of Celestial Trade's space programs, it was funded by the Space Elevator Project and could accommodate up to 8,000 tourists and trainees at the same time. In terms of scale and openness, this was undoubtedly the largest space training center in the world. Future Group shifted the aerospace industry from a private project into a national project. In addition to throwing a large amount of cash into the bottomless pit known as space exploration, it also introduced a series of policies to stimulate the development of the aerospace industry through its own influence in XIN politics, such as tax exemption, aerospace volunteer immigration policies. The country in the world that had the highest proportion of astronauts would surely be XIN after several years. Liu Qingping from Fujian province was one of the beneficiaries of the aerospace volunteer immigration policy. 3 months ago, he was still working in Fujian, and he saw a special advertisement from Future 1.0. Celestial Trade has issued a lunar colonization plan and is recruiting volunteers around the world. This advertisement reminded him of the Mars colonization plan announced by SpaceX several years ago. In the next 15 to 20 years, SpaceX planned to send 80,000 volunteers to Mars for colonization, and volunteers would be living a self-sufficient life on Mars. It sounded surreal. After all, trips to the lunar colonies that were within reach hadn't been completed. Not to mention, Mars was 55 million kilometers away from Earth. According to the plan issued by SpaceX, each volunteer had to self-raise $500,000 in travel expenses. It wasn't so much a Mars colonization plan as it was a unique crowdfunding opportunity. However, this advertisement of Celestial Trade glued his eyes to the screen. All volunteers only need to sign a security agreement and voluntarily devote themselves to the space industry. All project participants, after signing up through the official website, can go to the embassy to apply for a special work visa and join our business. After arrival in XIN, volunteers' accommodation and catering will be provided by Celestial Trade. Training will be 8 hours per day, 4 hours of which will be completed at the Celestial Astronaut Training Center, and the remaining 4 hours will be through Phantom Helmet. The training times can be arranged by volunteers after consultation with the instructor. The training venue will be open all day. In addition to food and accommodations, Celestial Trade will also provide volunteers with a minimum monthly salary of $400. After working 1 year or more, volunteers can change their working visas to immigrant visas. Salaries will also be increased by $300 to $600 depending on the job type. Note, if the contract is terminated halfway, the visa will be revoked and the volunteer will be deported. If volunteers unilaterally terminate the agreement after the first year, they will bear a certain fine. The company will decide whether to further pursue the breach of contract liability depending on the severity of the circumstance. The first colonial project has been confirmed as the Moon, and the detectors of Celestial Trade have already been launched to map lunar geological information and find large-scale ice reservoirs. To the volunteers who will be working on the first step of human colonization of space, we look forward to working with you. To be honest, Liu Qingping was impressed after reading this advertisement. A monthly salary of $400 was indeed very low. After all, they were recruiting volunteers, not employees. What really impressed him was the work visa for XIN and the potential for immigration after 1 year. Since the completion of Penglai, XIN had tightened its immigration policy. Now it wasn't as easy as it used to be to obtain a XIN green card. The labor market was already approaching saturation. Other than the shortage of high-tech talent, all other labor was provided by XIN's own citizens. The XIN government, of course, gave priority to handling employment problems in its own country. Originally, Old Liu was planning to work in Fujian to save some money then apply for a work visa to immigrate to XIN. But he was one step too late. When he applied for a visa, the embassy staff gave him 2 choices. Either go to Celestial Trade and become a soldier or provide proof of academic qualifications above graduate school. He didn't know how to feel about his options. He wouldn't be able to endure the hardship of being a soldier. If he had high academic qualifications, he wouldn't be working in a factory. He could not meet either conditions, so his only option would be to say goodbye to the beautiful Coral Island. However, a brand new opportunity was now being presented in front of him. As long as he signed up for the Moon colonization program, he would be able to gain an opportunity to immigrate to Xian as a space volunteer. Although the Moon project made him nervous, who knew how many years it would take for the colonization plan to be implemented? 1 year of work would allow him to receive qualifications. He would just train at night while working a part-time job during the day, easily making $3,000 a month. Celestial trade would also provide accommodations and food, so he would save everything he made. After making up his mind, he immediately filled in his information on the official website and applied as a volunteer. However, when he closed the official website, his eyes inadvertently swept through the statistics column at the top right corner of the screen. Number of applicants, 430-5123. When he saw this figure, Lu Qingping gasped for air, and his original excitement suddenly cooled down by 50%. If so many people signed up, will they really choose me? Translator, Min Editor, Karen_. 3 days later, the number of applicants exceeded 10 million. Immigration without a threshold was first welcomed by the poor people of Africa and the Middle East. Those who more or less had contact with the internet and were eager for a better life in the outside world were particularly enthusiastic about signing up. However, Jiang Chen failed their expectations. For volunteers from underdeveloped areas, Celestial Trade adopted an extremely cautious attitude. Only a few applicants were accepted from Africa, and slightly more Middle East applicants were accepted for interviews. This decision wasn't because of racial discrimination but rather, because of considerations such as laws, living habits, religious practices, and even food culture, all of which might present hidden dangers to colonization. In order to reduce this risk, any applicants who rejected secularization didn't receive an interview. After the results of the interview came out, Lu Qingping couldn't even believe he was accepted as someone with only a high school degree. Happiness came too suddenly. On the same day, he excitedly took out several well-connected workers from the factory and went on a drinking binge. He resigned to the factory's director the next day. Then he went to Xian's embassy with his identity card to receive a Coral Island work visa. Dragging his suitcase at Coral Island Airport, he quickly saw the buses that were picking up volunteers. There were people all over the world on the buses, but due to language barriers, he could only curiously look at them and didn't communicate with them as much as he would have liked. The buses boarded a ferry, then the ferry stopped at Ange Island. The buses then transported them to the volunteer community next to the training center. From now on, they would live there. They would receive 4 hours of on-site training every day, and 4 hours of VR training. After 6 months, they would be separated into different jobs for specialized training according to their performance during training. A year later, their status would be changed from temporary workers. Although they would still be volunteers, they could be viewed as quasi-astronauts. The construction of the space elevator would start simultaneously with the lunar colonization program. A year later, Celestial Trade would select 200 of these volunteers as the first settlers to the Moon. This would be the first step toward the astounding intergalactic settlement. After the completion of the space elevator, a large number of astronauts would be needed at the space station. The Astronaut Training Center started construction at the same time as the space elevator program. On one hand, it was meant to provide staff for the space station. On the other hand, it was meant to carry out basic aerospace training for the citizens of Xian. They had to at least adapt to non-gravity environments. Up until now, 30,000 volunteers have arrived in Xian to receive training. Although cooperation with future tourism has begun, the entire Space Training Center is still at a loss. According to estimates from the Finance Department, the deficit of the Space Training Center this month is about 8 to 10 million. We'll lose 100 million a year. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change much after he digested Xia Shiyu's words. The aerospace project was a bottomless pit. He had long been prepared to lose money. Since he already committed more than $100 billion, would he care about a mere 100 million? The budget of the training center remains unchanged, but let Wei Yun think about it a bit more and see if he can make better use of this space training center for tourism. Don't aim for profitability, just don't lose too much money. I'll tell him. Xia Xiu nodded. In addition, what happened to the negotiations with Australia's Sunrise? Putting the astronaut training aside, Jiang Chen asked another question he was concerned about: the food supply to the future space elevator station and the moon's colonial base. Sunrise rejected our offer for the acquisition of the farm in northern Australia, even though we offered a premium of 11%. According to the person responsible for negotiating with us at Sunrise, this decision was made by the parent company Cargill. It was no secret that 80% of the world's food market was controlled by the four big companies, A, B, C, D. The companies were ADM in the UA, Bunge in the UA, Cargill in the UA, and Louis Dreyfus in France. It could be said that global food prices were basically determined by these four companies. Interested people could easily see that three of them belonged to the UA. It was fair to state that the global food market was basically under the control of the UA. Although the UA had never announced that the grain market must be settled using USD, the rice in everyone's bowls had never left the control of the UA. During the 2004 soybean crisis, the Hua enterprises collectively collapsed, and they were taught a painful trade lesson who had joined the WTO for less than 3 years. Today, more than 10 years later, the soybean industry in Hua hadn't rebounded from the crisis. It should be noted that before 2004, Hua was one of the major soybean exporters. Now that it was no longer the barbarous Victorian era, the battlefields had long not relied on swords and machetes. By using invisible leverage in the market, they could achieve things that even nuclear weapons couldn't do. Whether it was the orbital space station or the moon base, the only industry where it was difficult to be self-sufficient was food production. Even if methods like hydroponic were used, it would be difficult to control the high production costs. With the space elevator, the cost of transporting food to outer space would be greatly reduced, but at the source, it would still be difficult to minimize control from the four ABCD companies. At present, Xian's food supply mostly relied on imports from Australia. If Jiang Chen attacked the US dollar, the UA would undoubtedly beat Xian through the grain market. With Xian completely depending on the import of grains and dairy products, the country virtually had no defense in the food market. There was only one way to minimize the impact of price fluctuations in the international market: producing their own food. They needed to transform themselves from an importing country to an exporting nation. Even if rice wasn't grown on Coral Island, it had to be grown on an overseas farm controlled by Xian's own companies. Being self-sufficient in food production was crucial for the future development of celestial trade, so Jiang Chen asked Xia Xiu to propose an acquisition of Sunrise, a company that monopolized Australian grain exports, hoping to acquire 400,000-acre farm in northern Australia. Unfortunately, Cargill, which controlled Sunrise, wasn't willing to give up its farm, although the 400,000-acre farm accounted for only a small portion of the land owned by Sunrise. Did we get in touch with Cargill? They aren't willing to talk at all. Xia Xiu shook her head. My advice is to register a subsidiary in Australia and acquire a farm from an Australian farmer through a subsidiary. Although the cost and efficiency of doing so isn't directly proportional, it's certainly easier than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. As one of the granaries in Asia, Australia's agricultural market was quite mature. There would be no farmers willing to sell their farms. After all, many Australian farmers had been farmers for generations. If they lost their farms, they couldn't find any other work. Unless Future Group offered a very high premium, they wouldn't agree. Jiang Chen had no solutions. Everything else was good about Xian aside from the lack of land. He hadn't thought so far ahead when he chose the island. He thought that with globalization, he could buy anything with money. But when he had a big country to run, he realized things were far more difficult than he imagined. So much trouble. Only if I could replace thousands of square kilometers of sea with land. Hold on. As he thought of this, his eyes light up. Why not just build farms on the sea? ADM, Bunge, Cargill and Louis Dreyfus accounted for between 75% and 90% of the global grain trade. When's the last time you came back? Sun Jiao pressed her cheek against Jiang Chen's chest as she let out a sigh, her gentle breath puffed on his chest as she drew circles. Her tone was resentful. Sorry, I don't want to hear you say sorry. Sun Jiao bit Jiang Chen's shoulder and watched his pained expression before she started to chuckle. Sometimes I think back to when we only had our one mansion 3 years ago, life was good. Sun Jiao let out another sigh and rolled over to lie on the bed with her arms pressed against her chin. She looked at Jiang Chen's profile, dazed. Her lips seemed to be mumbling. And I always think. You were cuter back then. Cuter, Jiang Chen facepalmed. For men, this isn't a compliment. Oh, I know. Sun Jiao stuck out her tongue then smiled. I just think you're manlier now. Watching Sun Jiao's little actions, Jiang Chen responded in a sly tone, but you're now more feminine than before. What, you're saying I wasn't feminine before? Sun Jiao's eyebrows raised and she punched his chest with dissatisfaction. Just like a bandit and even manlier than a man. Of course, Jiang Chen could only say this in his mind. But really, perhaps it was Sun Jiao's wildness that attracted him in the beginning. What about now? Do you like the old me or the present me? Sun Jiao moved closer to Jiang Chen and watched him. I like all of you. Jiang Chen laughed without hesitation. What a greedy guy. You don't like that? The light outside the window was still an unhealthy dim yellow, but the despairing darkness was no longer visible on people's faces. On the streets, the scavengers were still in a hurry, but no one would ever worry about dying tragically in the mouths of mutants. Wang Hai survived through the most difficult 20 years and now had ushered in the first year of order. NAC would rule here and bring eternal peace and prosperity. There was a variety of dishes on the table. Wearing an apron, Yao Yao brought out a pot of vegetable and meat stew under the watch of starving eyes. These vegetables and pork were all produced in the Garden of Eden. Although the fruits and vegetables picked from the controlled planting tower and the meat cut from cloned pigs couldn't be considered delicious, they still made people happy to eat. It was perhaps only the rice, salt, and vegetable oil on the entire table that was imported from the modern world. At the dinner table, Jiang Chen asked Lin Lin about the problem of building a farm at sea. Building a farm at sea? Oh, are you talking about submarine farms? Although this kind of thing exists, it's not very practical. After all, Pan-Asia cooperation had plenty of arable land, and only parts of submarine infrastructure convenient for resupplying will be paired with small submarine farms. Lin Lin chewed delicious food while mumbling. Isn't there a lot of food where brother Jiang Chen is from? Yao Yao tilted her small head. Since many people need to eat, the food we have isn't enough, Jiang Chen replied as he caressed Yao Yao's hair. Although Yao Yao didn't quite understand the reason, it felt really nice to be touched. Yao Yao closed her eyes with happiness and tucked the problem away at the back of her mind. Xiao's fingers were pressed against her mouth and she thought of a bad idea. There are still a lot of tanks in stock. Why don't you just move some over? You can't use tanks for food. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. You can rob people. While chewing on delicious pork ribs, Sun Jiao interrupted with an indifferent attitude. How are the two sisters so violent? Come on, I don't want to pick up garbage in two worlds, Jiang Chen scoffed. At that moment, Lin Lin, who had been busy eating, suddenly interrupted. Submarine farms. After all, this isn't my specialty, and I have better ideas. But why don't you ask the people at the Beluga station? They should be experts in this area. Lin Lin's words suddenly reminded Jiang Chen. Yeah, those people grow vegetables on the seabed. How did I forget about them? After the signing of a trade agreement with the 6th Street, Beluga Station commenced the contract to provide paid escort agreements to merchants on the 6th Street, from the city of Wanghai to the island of Kyushu in Japan, and from Izhou to places even further. In order to facilitate contact with merchants who needed escort services, Beluga Station established an office at the entrance of the 6th Street Market. While it accepted business, it also served as an embassy. After lunch, the family cleaned up the dishes together. At the request of Yao Yao, Jiang Chen cuddled the little lowly for a short nap. At almost 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen went to the 6th Street and found Wu Yu stationed there near the market of the outer circle, so he told Wu Yu about the submarine farm. Submarine farm? What do you need this technology for? Wu Yu looked at him bizarrely after he heard the request. Beluga Station did possess a submarine farm on the Pacific Ocean seabed. However, because of energy shortages, the farm's output efficiency was very low. Otherwise, they wouldn't import so many cans from the 6th Street every month. However, Wu Yu was curious because NAC controlled the powerful Garden of Eden. Why did they need to think about submarine farms? It's for research purposes. We can discuss the price. However, the technical data of this submarine farm shouldn't be too difficult for you to work with, right? Jiang Chen asked. Seeing as Jiang Chen didn't plan on explaining further, Wu Yu shrugged. He didn't bother asking any further. It's not really difficult. The price. How about a ton of canned beef? After all, the data should be worth something. Apart from the submarine station, there are very few departments that will store, deal, Jiang Chen agreed. Seeing as Jiang Chen agreed so fast, Wu Yu was happy but felt regretful at the same time. He should have asked for a higher price. However, since they agreed on the deal, he wouldn't say any more. He sent a message back to the station. Jiang Chen didn't wait for a long time before they sent back the relevant data on submarine farms. The data was downloaded to his watch. Jiang Chen took out a check and signed it with a line of written words. He told Wu Yu that he could take this check and go to NAC's granary to withdraw a ton of canned beef before leaving Beluga Station's office. The design of the submarine farm wasn't particularly complicated. With the industrial level of XIN, the 2 industrial 3D printers that had been moved to the modern world could complete production in the industrial park on Ange Island. Although the design proposal provided by the Beluga Station was a small-scale submarine farm, the design principle was the same. It wasn't difficult to modify it to a large-scale submarine farm through extrapolation from quantum computers. After Jiang Chen passed the data to the researchers at Fallout Shelter 027, he didn't wait too long before the design of the large-scale submarine farm was completed. The entire design was divided into 2 parts, above water and underwater. The part above water was the offshore platform that included living enclosures, docking areas of submersibles, and unloading areas for transport vessels. There were no technical components. The core of the entire design program was the underwater portion. It had an external structure entirely made of graphene. It would be surrounded by a circular wall made of hardened graphene spacers. At the top was a graphene balloon filled with gas. From a distance, it resembled a flat and wide yurt. This yurt-like structure would be the planting unit for the submarine farm with a radius of about 45 meters and an area of about 10 acres. A connection pipe on the wall would allow individual planting units to communicate with each other. In addition to connection pipes, there would also be a molecular exchange membrane on the wall that separated dissolved carbon dioxide from seawater and discharged oxygen produced by plant metabolism. The planting of plants would be completed in this yurt. These planting units were like biospheres with sensors installed inside. They could provide real-time data to monitoring terminals on the offshore platform including temperature, pH, humidity, and carbon dioxide concentration. As for the light needed for photosynthesis, it would be provided by LED light sources. Because the wavelength of LED light sources could be controlled effectively, the lettuce produced by the submarine farm would be crispier, softer, and even taste better than land-grown vegetables. With the information gathered by Fallout Shelter 27, Jiang Chen returned to the modern world in haste and immediately transmitted the data to Future Group's database. Then he looked for Xia Xiyu and told her about the plan to build a submarine farm. After listening to Jiang Chen's plan with a bewildered expression, Xia Xiyu repeated the sentence while dumbfounded. Submarine farm. 2 days ago, we were still discussing the acquisition of an Australian farm. It hasn't been 2 days, yet the president showed up then told me we're not going to buy Australian farms. Instead, we're going to farm ourselves. Where are we going to farm? On the seabed. What is this? Wait, let me organize my thoughts first. Xia Xiyu rubbed her eyes and chewed on the words Jiang Chen just said. She then asked, did the lab of Future Group just develop something new? Are you kidding? Submarine farms. How do you plant land under the sea? Plant seaweed? Upon hearing the bombardment of questions from Xia Xiyu, Jiang Chen facebombed. This time, he slowed down and took out the holographic concept map from the database. He then explained it to Xia Xiyu again. Xia Xiyu finally understood and her eyes gradually lit up. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about agriculture, as a CEO of a multinational corporation, she was very sensitive to opportunities in the market. She immediately understood the value of a submarine farm. Just like that, Future Group's plan to enter the food market was finalized. The registered subsidiary, Xian Ocean Agriculture, was wholly owned by Future Group. After the establishment of Xian Ocean Agriculture, Xian's presidential office immediately approved the documents and designated 400,000 acres of sea territory in the northern part of Eng Island as a submarine planting area, contracting Xian Ocean Agriculture at a cost of $100 per hectares. Due to Xian's tax-free policy for agriculture, Future Group wouldn't be required to pay taxes for the 400,000 acres and it could be used permanently for a one-time payment of $40 million. The water depths of this contracted sea area was between 100 and 120 meters. The submarine topography was relatively flat. The volcanic activity and ocean current movements on the seabed were relatively stable. There was no large-scale fish school activity. It was simply a treasure land tailored for Jiang Chen. Moreover, according to the results of the geological survey by Future Mining, the abundance of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in the sediments of the area was high and was considered to be eutrophic sediments. After simple treatment, it could be used as fertilizer for farm crops. After the founding of Xian Ocean Agriculture, it immediately attracted the attention of many around the world. Some people were surprised. Some people were skeptical. Some people were in disbelief, but most were curious. In particular, maritime countries with smaller territories who relied heavily on imports for food became more interested in the concept of submarine farms proposed by Xian Ocean Agriculture. After all, these countries often had territorial waters. If these vast territorial seas could be turned into arable land, the island people who were eating high-priced imported foods would laugh even when sleeping. Of course, given that Xian Ocean Agriculture hadn't yet planned to build farms abroad, this submarine farm had nothing to do with them. In fact, submarine farming wasn't a flashy gimmick. As early as 15 years ago, the Italian Ocean Coral Reef Group proposed the concept of submarine farming and named the project Nemo Garden, which was carried out on the seabed by balloons. The consistent water temperature was very conducive to plant growth, which was a huge advantage that most land farms didn't have. Although crops underwater would be impacted by large currents, it was also better to be eaten by insects, and there were worse weather conditions on land. The other factor was carbon dioxide. It had been confirmed through the simulation of ocean circulation carbon dioxide dissolved in seawater that about 40% of the carbon dioxide produced by fossil fuels was absorbed by the ocean, so the ocean could be regarded as the largest carbon dioxide sink on Earth. Thus, the high concentration of carbon dioxide in the ocean would put plants on steroids, so they would grow rapidly. It was no exaggeration to say that the maturity cycle of crops of this submarine farm could be reduced by up to 50% compared to traditional land farming. However, until now, the Nemo Garden project was still in an experimental stage. New Ocean Agriculture's sudden appearance and claim that they mastered techniques for large-scale farming of land crops on the seabed were inconceivable by others. Some media even hesitated and categorized the news under entertainment after they learned the information. However, it wasn't surprising that the concept proposed by Xian Ocean Agriculture was too advanced for the rest of the world. The public's interest in agriculture wasn't high compared to other hot fields. Although these media outlets also believed the scientific and technological strength of Future Group, they still couldn't resist the temptation to mock. After all, it's still just a concept on paper without the actual product. Jiang Chen ignored the reports completely. Once I slap all of your faces, why would I care about what you say? Graphene separators and films were all produced at the new Malaysian Special District. The more advanced technological parts were printed directly through industrial 3D printers. The project was in full throttle until early July, when half of the 400,000 acres of farm area had been developed and tens of thousands of submarine planting units were installed on the seabed at a depth of 100 meters. Through the layer of thin and durable graphene film, rows of emerald green plants in the culture tanks were thriving under the weak LED light. A total of 10 offshore platforms were located in the area, with 12 staff members on each platform accompanied by 2 celestial trade soldiers responsible for security. Each of the offshore platform had to manage more than 1,000 planting units, which might seem overwhelming, but it turned out to be reasonable. Watering, fertilizing, sowing, and soil replacement in the culture tank could be completed automatically by planting units. Only a small number of emergencies required the crew to drive the submersibles underwater. The surrounding waters became rich in oxygen and perfect for the growth of seafood because of the oxygen released from the planting units. In order to prevent wastage from such excellent fishing grounds, Jiang Chen zoned the top of the planting area into an offshore fishery, built a floating breeding base, and raised common sea fish species like sardines, salmon, squid, and lobster, and produced fish oil as a byproduct. Because of the oxygen-enriched environment, the growth of these fishes was much faster than in the wild, and their meat was also more delicious and more likely to accumulate fat. In addition, the excrement of these fish schools could also be collected through special equipment as natural organic fertilizer. Farms and fisheries complemented each other. This was known as recycling agriculture. As soon as mid-August arrived, Xian farmers' markets would be able to sell vegetables grown domestically. At the end of this year at the latest, the grain market of Xian would reverse the zero-export situation. In one fell swoop, it would become a granary on the Pacific Ocean. Cargill doesn't want to sell farms. I don't even want to buy them anyways. However, Australia's Sunrice wasn't happy to see this situation. With a monopoly in Australia's rice market as well as holding a majority of the agricultural produce market in Asia, only Thailand, Vietnam remained as competitors in the market. However, now that Xian Ocean Agriculture started to grow vegetables on the seabed, it wasn't a good sign for them. Originally, they were quite optimistic about Xian's farm product market. After all, Xian's arable land-to-population ratio was completely out of proportion, and the resistance to price fluctuations in the global food market was almost zero. However, now that Xian was using this jaw-dropping method to diverge from their dependence on Australia's agricultural product, it was difficult for Sunrice senior executives to accept. Just as Xian Ocean Agriculture announced the establishment of a fishery above the submarine farms and the implementation of dynamic agriculture, Cargill held a board meeting to discuss countermeasures against the changes in the Asian agriculture market. From the beginning of the meeting, arguing hadn't ceased. Cargill's shareholders were extremely complex. Although there were only 1 or 2 true decision-makers, such meetings couldn't exclude eligible shareholders. Not just submarine farms, I heard they also plan to build submarine ranches. The monkeys on this island, are they going to convert the entire shallow waters of the Western Pacific into arable land? We must find ways to stop them. But Xian is a country. We can't persuade the capital to interfere with them. What are the resources we can use? The Department of Agriculture is completely inadequate. Use dumpings. We can squeeze out their subsea farms with low-priced food. A shareholder banged the table with his knuckles. It's difficult. If Future Group is bent on entering the agricultural market, they won't care about this money. With their financial resources and influence, it's at least on par with the B-City Consortium. The meeting room unexpectedly quieted down. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, Future Group was on par with B-City Consortium. Although consortiums were all behind ABCD, Cargill was a private company with the majority of assets in Asia. Cargill didn't share strong ties with the consortiums with market values only between 40 to 50 billion US dollar. Fighting a price war with Future Group with a valuation above 100 billion would be asking for trouble. Even if Future Group's focus in high-tech meant that the market value might be artificially inflated, the company could easily use assets as collateral and no bank would be willing to reject such a ludicrous customer. Unless the UAE government considered it necessary to intervene, it would be pointless to engage in any tactics. One of Cargill's CEO's arm was pressed against the table and his other hand rubbed his sore brows. If he was aware of this earlier, he would have agreed to sell 400,000 acres of farms. In any case, the northern part Australia wasn't fertile. The fertile land was concentrated in the east and the south. Now considering this situation, if XIN entered the grain market, their market share in Asia would shrink again. Submarine farms. The territorial area of XIN was massive. This area of arable land on the seabed left people with too much room for imagination. Yesterday morning, we received an announcement from the United Nations Marine Protection Organization. Greenpeace is suing us and believes that our project on the seabed has severely damaged the ecological environment in the Pacific. Professors at Columbia University's School of Biological Research supported this view, claiming that the mathematic model analyzed that the 400,000 acres of submarine farmland might completely change local fish habits, thus triggering a large-scale marine ecological disaster. In addition, Greenpeace held a parade at the entrance of XIN's embassy in the UAE. Protesters held an iPad to broadcast a marine protection documentary to protest the nature-despising behavior of the XIN government. At the presidential palace, Zhang Yaping read his assistant's report with a headache. Greenpeace. Where did Greenpeace come from? Greenpeace was only a civil rights organization with the aim of opposing nuclear testing during the Cold War. However, it evolved from nonviolence to a model of anti-civilization organization. Why? In their eyes, from chemical to genetics, all industries were elements of the devil and must be eliminated. Everything from Apple laptops to canned tuna and mineral water bottles was poisonous and harmful. Any country or organization would develop a headache from being targeted by this group of people. Compared to the little-known Blue Dolphin organization that previously bothered Future Group, Greenpeace would undoubtedly be more organized and more difficult to deal with. Greenpeace now learned from the lessons of their predecessors and bypassed Future Group with a hard stance. They directly exerted pressure on the XIN government. While it wasn't a big deal, it would be troublesome. These social justice warriors with nothing to do. Do they not know that people in the world are still starving? The enraged Zhang Yaping smacked the document on the table. In fact, he really wanted to toss the paper at Jiang Chen's face, as he always had to wipe Jiang Chen's butt. After calming down, Zhang Yaping said to his assistant, "Get my advisor. We have to discuss this in a meeting." Yes. Chapter 8:10 Country F Army's Ambitions. Jiang Chen heard about the problem with Greenpeace from Zhang Yaping, but he was not bothered. Obviously, the other party also knew that the bodyguards of celestial trade weren't there for show, so they weren't stupid enough to do dumb things such as illegally trespassing the offshore platform. They just held protests and stirred sh*t up through international public opinion. While in actuality, not many people took them seriously. Since they didn't interfere with the day-to-day operations of Future Group, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to these trivial matters. In contrast, there were more important things waiting for him to deal with, such as the increasingly tense situation on MLL Island. The KS-32 vehicle-mounted anti-drone system led by the UA Department of Defense, developed in cooperation with Lockheed Martin, left the lab and officially entered into production. As the main equipment of the fly trap, the KS-32 anti-drone system could suppress information communication on drones with a radius of 500 meters and force drones, including the Beta series drone from Future Group, to land. The Country F Army became Lockheed Martin's first customer of the fly trap. They invested $11 million to purchase 1,000 KS-32 anti-drone systems for frontline troops. There were still 8,000 units of follow-up procurement planned. Country F made up its mind to equip the systems on every Hummer, armored vehicle and tank to nullify the effectiveness of the celestial trade drones. At the same time, Country F also purchased 5 Patriot 3 surface-to-air missile systems, including 357 PAC-3 missiles and 5 test missiles, as well as corresponding radar equipment and upgrade kit racks, to deal with the air superiority of Aurora 20. Although Hua protested against the UA deploying the Patriot 3 missile system in Country F, it had no effect on the arms sales agreement. In addition, Country F also analyzed the case where the headquarters on MLL was struck by EMP missiles and completely lost communication. They brought in the world's most advanced EMP regional protection devices from European laboratories. Obviously, Aquino 4, who's in power, was determined to regain control of MLL Island. Santos, the president of Moro, was obviously more anxious than Jiang Chen. After July, when the Country F government stepped up its border patrols, he kept talking to Jiang Chen and asked Celestial Trade for reinforcements. We should strike preemptively. If we wait for them to reorganize the army, we'll have to sacrifice even more. Striking first is the correct tactic, but we can't do this strategically. Sitting in the office, Jiang Chen put his legs up and shook his head to deny Santos's proposal. According to the UA and Country F Joint Defense Treaty, if Moro provoked the start of the war, it would undoubtedly bring UA from the opposite side of the Pacific onto the chariot of Country F. That would be exactly what Country F want. Aquino 4 apparently had more brains than his predecessor, and he didn't conceal his plans of using force in his strategic deployment. His purpose was to provoke Moro to start the attack first. Only when this war was a war of aggression would the Common Defense Treaty not take effect. In other words, Moro must wait patiently for Country F to open fire first to avoid the more dire consequences. But, I need you to stay calm, Mr. Santos. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Chen interrupted and said without hesitation. Santos forced down his stomach full of problems and said with an unreconciled tone, yes. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded, sitting upright from his chair. What's the size of the army? A total of 50,000 soldiers, replied Santos. The population of MLL Island was a total of 18 million people. With its lagging industrial and economic level, it wasn't easy to form an army that could support 50,000 people and 2 mechanized brigades. Santos didn't drink and didn't act corruptly all day long. At least he still made some progress in improving his army. Call up the reserve and expand the army by 20,000. I'll deal with the equipment problem for you. Celestial Trade focused on building elite soldiers. Future military's weapons wouldn't meet Moro's needs. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a good relationship with Russia. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain cheap arms from Natasha. After finishing his call with Santos, Jiang Chen went to see Natasha. He ordered 40,000 AK-12 assault rifles, 10,000 boxes of ammunition, as well as infantry support equipment such as mortars and RPG-7 rocket launchers. These would be used to support the Moro new infantry division. A total of $150 million in arms was more than a fair price. The contract was signed on the spot. It seemed Russia already expected Jiang Chen would purchase more equipment. With the contract, Natasha asked Jiang Chen about the drones. Will the beta series drones be affected by the KS-32 anti-drone system? Jiang Chen knew what Natasha was concerned about and nonchalantly dismissed the idea. The civil drones will be affected, but I sold you the Beta 3B, which belong to the category of paramilitary drones and have a built-in anti-interfering device. Unless they're within 100 meters of a KS-32, they won't be affected. I feel much more reassured now. Natasha smiled back. Russia's imaginary enemy was NATO. If the US's fly-trap plan proved to be effective, it would undoubtedly hit the Kremlin's interest in the Beta series of drones. As the leader of Russia's purchase of Beta drones, Natasha naturally didn't want to see her work as a joke in the country. After signing the contract, Natasha said she would go to the embassy. Seeing as it was still early, Jiang Chen, who didn't have much to do, grabbed a bottle of champagne from the fridge, leaned against the sofa, opened his watch, called out the holographic panel, and began to browse through Weibo. Since Lu Yao helped him register an account last time, he hardly used it. For a while, he handed over the account to the company's marketing team, but when Future Technology later became Future Group, he asked the marketing team to stop focusing on this area. He thought about it. The last time he posted something was a year ago. After logging onto his account, Jiang Chen noticed that his followers had broken 90 million. As for the long list of private messages, it was even more shocking. What, am I that popular? Jiang Chen stroked his chin as he began to seriously debate this issue. From his perception, it was just the trip to Xinjiang where his itinerary was leaked which led to a flood of reporters. There were 2 private visits to Wanghai to see Lu Yao, and those 2 outings didn't attract the attention of the world. Shaking his head and forgetting the question, Jiang Chen looked at the trending list and unexpectedly discovered that the words submarine farm actually appeared on the list. It seemed that Greenpeace was still doing some good things with all the controversy they created. Even though Future Group hadn't intentionally marketed submarine farms, they became a trending topic on the internet. The Weibo official account also invited a professor from a university to explain the submarine farm concept. However, when Jiang Chen was ready to take a look at what the expert had in mind, a phone call came in.